Save! Not remembering isn't an option. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself. So let's open the real door together. There are no other doors to open. But there is. One that can only be opened by our hands, because it exists between the two of us. Not a door with physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasped her unnaturally cold hand, a hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit, this is her door. Her history, her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. But that's the road we traveled. And down the road, down that road, lies all the answers. Oh my gosh! Yo, I'm so hyped! I'm so hyped! Whoa, the fourth door! The fifth door! Oh, okay. I love that, love that. Never knew a visual novel could be this freaking interesting. It had been several days since I left the capital, and I could still see it when I closed my eyes. The people lined up on the Grand Pont, awaiting entry, eager to start a new life there, brimming with hope. It was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. And look at these roses that appeared here. If you were a performer, you could get some of those costs shaved down a bit by putting those skills to use. Maybe Michel was the one who had that rose garden for her. The red roses. The capital was harsh on those who wanted in, and apathetic about all who left. It was composed of a powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. And it was the city I had called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was heading. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, alright then. The coachman was frustratingly taciturn. He acted as though he had gotten stuck transporting a prisoner, though that was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. Even the times he would acknowledge I had said anything, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes, to pretend he didn't regret ever taking this job. And I would just fall silent again. Y'all, this music is so beautiful! The road was gradually getting narrower. We had long since left the paved city roads behind, and were now traveling along a couple worn-down groves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought on it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense woods, a mansion appeared before us like the world fading into view after a dream. It didn't seem to be an especially large house, but it had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was, thankfully, not standing in ruins. This deep in the forest? The carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you, very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I'm looking for, yes? But the driver didn't even acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. He seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. He could have said something. Oh well. That was about all I could say anyway. Oh well. I couldn't blame anyone for being here, or for his wanting to get out. I should get going, I guess. Getting a better look at it, the house's windows were, strangely enough, all shuttered. It was probably dark as pitch inside. Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. What if I couldn't get in? I had no idea what else there was in the area. If the door didn't open, then I would die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I was not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. The door was heavy, and though it seemed to protest my attempts to enter, it still opened much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it felt as though I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I closed the door, it was so dark I couldn't even tell where I was walking. I wonder if the window's open. Though I managed to fumble my way over to a window, it was tightly shuttered, and the shutters caked with rust. I was probably not getting it open without a fight. Darn, not a hint of light. I couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It felt as though the floor would fall out from under me, and I would sink into the eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of a long corridor. I pulled it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. It was too dark to see anything, but I could feel something different, present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. My chances were slim, I imagined, but if there was even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. It had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'll be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly I heard a voice, and I could sense someone else in the room. The man's voice was emotionless. Neither deep nor high. Before long, he came into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Then again, I could hardly make out any detail at all under the light of a single candle. Is this, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned. Oh no, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. But I do think it could do with some light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I am not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. I am no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion? They say that a witch lives here. Not merely a witch, a cursed witch. If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch's mansion to atone for my transgressions, back in the city. It didn't matter what lived here, I had no choice. Which will strike you first, I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend, nor a fairy tale. The witch. The witch's name was Morgana. This is the same story as when we got the chance to extend our hand or not do it. But I remember it as the witch is me, Morgana, something like that. Is me. There it came. Oh, now the art switched up here. Leaves? Yes. That was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and wariness. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it all began, where my history with her commenced. Oh, hold on, maybe the art switches here depending on whose POV it is. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty! The woman had jade eyes. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying per se. The rumors said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one who filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, wow. Ha 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 ha. Here I was thinking you were kind of scary, and it turns out you're actually quite funny. What? No, I'm gonna love this dynamic. I just know it. I just know it. I'm gonna love this dynamic. I never would have guessed you were someone to tell such a ridiculous joke with a straight face. I wasn't. You don't look at all like a witch. Oh my gosh, look at her eyes! There's so much kindness in her eyes. I mean, it's dark and I can't really see, but you seem to me like a rather handsome man. The word witch. The word witch has broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, can be considered a witch. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. What do you... It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Master? I was sent here from your old home. I was an Abigail for your mother, but, well, I might have made a little goof. I froze the moment the word left her mouth. Home. It rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that almost brought me to my knees. Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me now? And not even sending someone to bring me back, just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose had they shipped an Abigail out to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this another one of her attempts to break my curse? What do you mean you made a little goof? My voice came out weak. I did my best not to let it show on my face. It was a teeny tiny mistake. I love that. She made a little goof. She's so cute. I need water. I'm gonna switch up my sitting position. There. Knees up. Ah, this is nice. Oops, sorry about that. I'm not too low, am I? It was a teeny tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. What did Mother say about me? Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much. Father sent you? That made even less sense. Oh? Why would he have? Did father even know I was here? Oh. Huh. So they don't seem to have a very good relationship. I mean, for the father not even knowing where his son is. No, if he had known, I would have been... killed maybe, or what? Who was this woman? And what was her goal in asking to stay here? Well, there you have it. I'll be here for a while. If you need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much, being as skinny as you are. I turned my back on her without responding. No matter what her goal was, She had been sent from that house. There was no way anything good could come of that, and there was no way I could live with someone who had ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave. Master. And so I kept ignoring her. Master, master! I ignored. Master! I ignored her. Master, what would you like for supper? Nothing. But failed, spinning back and shouting. Her eyes went wide, and then she gave a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncomfortably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs, so if you're hungry, you should really eat. I said I didn't want... Was that her stomach? Was that... Cute! I already adore Giselle. What was that sound? Must you ask? That's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know. Huh? You know... It was a long trip, and all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. Oh, this is gonna be fun, but tragic, I just know it. Well, they said so. And would like some supper? The kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There's food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. Thank you so much. I honestly feel like I haven't eaten in days, and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. I plan on exploring the house anyway. Now he's gonna be like, don't go into my bedchamber! It's rather exciting being in a new place. Y'all, she's so full of life. She has such a brightness to her. So I understand why Michelle was like, where is that shining light? When he spoke to the maid, who is Giselle. Ugh. Damn it. That did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I'll have nothing to do with it. Oh, Master, are you sure you don't... No. Master? Master? What is it now? My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name, Oh, Master, you... I actually left the room that time, making my way back to my chambers. I wonder if he has this curse, where he... You know, the curse where he touches people and they die. Does he still have it in this door? Or was that also a lie? At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out. Or maybe he gains it. Especially considering she had come from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. I like how this is starting! Oh, I love this. When there's a build-up, I love it. Now it's her POV. I didn't really understand Michel. But that was probably because we were still essentially strangers. Having been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes, I wasn't sure who I might find there, but I was tentatively convinced he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me except stay away. Michel spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had told me to never enter under any circumstances, so we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. I figured if I kept that up long enough, he would eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy our time together was obviously preferred to the alternative. If I did manage to break the ice, I hoped we would be able to do some talking about the mansion, about him, about me. I just had to keep working at it. Michel didn't need to take care of him. Didn't need me to take care of him. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself. And in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for his servant. I hadn't met anyone like him before. All right then. That meant about all I could do was clean. I wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the house was, quite frankly, an absolute disaster. The dust was so heavy it was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started. It couldn't be healthy to live in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room in the house one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning. In fact, I considered myself quite good at it. But because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle, I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's actually a vampire. Girl, you and me both! I was thinking it, but I was thinking that about you too. Oh god, hahaha. Wouldn't that be something? I can see it now. Him sneaking out every night to suck the blood of pretty girls. Priceless. Ah, that means I'm in trouble. Oh, she knows she's pretty. Ah, because she is. Look at me, Miss One-Woman Comedy Show here. Yep. Y'all, I love her. If I'm able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe that'll give me a little more room to make some changes. Like opening some windows. No light and no fresh air. No thank you. Anyway, I set the candlestick down, pulled over a chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelf. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven, as it wobbled slightly beneath me. Uh-oh, she gonna fall, isn't she? So many books. The books are gonna fall. I wonder, do they all belong to him? I knew parchment was expensive. This is the same. So it was rather astonishing seeing this many stacks of it in one place. There were even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. I'd spent enough time at his family's home. I was a constant bustle of servants, and it was a constant bustle of servants and guests. The exact opposite of what this mansion was like. Why had he left his home? What had he done to be sent all the way out here, to this remote mansion with a less than savory reputation? Need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I'm a servant now. A servant. But once the thought had crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I'd always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck, pushing to scratch the itch no matter how much my actions annoyed others. I couldn't do that here though. I was simply a servant, and if I got on Michel's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. I wonder what kind of books he's got in here. So I attempted to distract myself. I grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. What? But the strings binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. What? Whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And then the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Oh. Oh, for cripe's sake. I had fallen off the chair, and a downpour of books was still coming down on me. A mountain of dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly, Michel was there, looking down on me from a little ways away. Well, at least he was still worried, or like, what is she doing with my books? There was, as usual, not much I could read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. Oh, he was worried. He ran. I was doing some cleaning and... Impressive work. Thank you! I did a little goof. Oh. I'm usually better than this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be as expected. He's not amused. I really think we should open some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust! It can't be good for you. I'm perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he even seen himself? No way someone that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. He can make out my face in this darkness? Oh, you know, I wanted to be useful, and cleaning is about all I can do here, so, you know. I was sensing something else, but alright. Well, your spidey senses were right. But are we gonna say something? No. We can't skinny shame him either. He let out a sigh, stepped over toward the pile of books, and then reached his hand down for me. Reached his hand down! He doesn't have the curse! I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was still splayed out on the floor. I feel like I have hair in my face. Hold on. I think I have cat hair in my face. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So. He's not cursed. Well, yet. But I raised my hand up to take his, only for him to pick up a book instead. Well, that was embarrassing. And she was probably like... And he... Yo, this is a fun dynamic. I love it. I love it. I love it. She's gonna melt his heart away. Just watch. You could at least help me up. You have legs. But they're tired. And also, she fell. She fell. Giselle, be like, ow, my leg. Pick me up. He said, casually returning the book to the top shelf. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. Y'all, I'm gonna be crying at the end of this. This dynamic is way too good. So, Master, are all these books yours? Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse visible on her face, despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod. I love that we are switching POV. I love it. Really? That's impressive. Must have been hard work getting them all in here, huh? There's got to be 100 books here. You could fill a whole carriage at least. Hehe, it's like you've got your own personal library. She had been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Did they not care that they trampled uninvited into other people's personal spaces? Or were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one roughly every month. Ah, I see. Wait. She turned back toward the shelves. I presumed she understood the implication of what I had just said. Of the fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here, and I received only one a month. Uh-huh. Giselle fell silent. I couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre. But I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, It was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the books served as a record of how long I had been here. 121. What? There are 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. You were counting? I thought she had just sheepishly gone quiet. What an indestructible woman. You've been here in the mansion for that long? All by yourself? The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone. But Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I'm here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. No, I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book off the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. That's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently, Giselle was unable to take a hint. You know what kind of vibes I'm getting? If anyone has played Final Fantasy VIII, Squall and Rinoa, at the beginning at least. That's the vibes. What's it about? I let out a sigh and opened to no page in particular, sticking the book out toward her. She was a servant and a woman. There was no way she could read. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. It can only produce over-sour grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. I don't know why I began thinking that Giselle might be the one to create a rose garden, and then for Michel to take care of it for her. Sounds like a lord's diary. You can read? I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noblewoman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone to teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. Oh my goodness. Tough crowd. Y'all, she's so funny. But it's not very often you get to see a lord's diary. I'm rather curious what kinds of things he griped about. Heh. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumbling? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions, unsightly scribbles. And there was nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't my intention, but alright. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it. I told you, you don't have to clean. Hehe. Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together. Read together! Did you hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone else. And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. Y'all, I'm really enjoying this door. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. Uh-oh. It had been a little under 2 weeks since I had moved in with Michelle. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room, or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me. That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, he could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason to not like me, I think. I hope. He had never been very enthusiastic about my staying here. But I hadn't been given a choice. I had been sent here by his family. Besides... No. Out with the negative thoughts. This is what I like. The build-up. I love when there is some kind of a build-up and not just straight to, like, no issues, no troubles between them, no conflicts. That's unrealistic. Like, just going from, oh, everything is just sunshine and rainbows and then I love you. I want slow burn, I want conflict, and then for a resolution. No, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I haven't broken the ice. Haven't broken the ice. Feels like we've read that before. I had to stay positive, optimistic, happy thoughts, and be myself. As long as I kept working at it, with enough time, Michelle would surely come around and not be so distant. I've got a goal, so let's get to work. First, I make supper. Then I ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to their reclusive types. Alright, here goes. Or here would go. But we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where the non-perishable food was stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at this makes me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortifications. Had Michel really gone 10 years on nothing but this? I would have raised the white flag long ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion at all in those 10 years. I assume he at least goes out to get supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of a life or death matter. I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once. In what are you babbling on about? Wah! Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Yeah, to ourselves. Huh? Does anyone else live here, master? I haven't seen anyone. It is just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there are ghosts? Something of the sort. Ahaha! There you go again with the jokes. I'm not a child. You're not going to trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose. But I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't, come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. A moment. Please, just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Already? That was fast. There are two of us! Michel! Are you saying that Giselle is eating too much or what? Y'all, I love this. There are two of us. I really don't eat that much, do I? In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michel's expression, but I thought I could see a tinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Yeah. His expression is taking me out. Just closing one's eyes in annoyance. Is that a parsnip? Michel was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See, there's still food, but decomposing. He then handed it to me. What, wait! You want to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're going to get sick. Or are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? Of course I won't eat it. Then why Giselle? Huh? I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. Yeah. This is so funny. This is so funny. I love how they clash in personality. I love this. This is the kind of couple I root for. This is the kind of couple I root for. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. Oh my goodness. What do you think I am? No, he is definitely a jerk. Or that the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. I love these two. I love these two. You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they are taking me out. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can go purchase fresh supplies. Oh my god, yes, please go shopping! I told you, I don't go outside. Drag him out. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Aw, I thought we were gonna go shopping. Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. Ah, it's our Foodora. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery but a wanderer, chase them off. How do I do that? Hiya! What? Package? Master? Hold on a second! What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? Michel stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door. At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went white, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside, only a crate easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package, Master? I turned back to face Michel, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Though it seemed more like he was avoiding looking at the light than at me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. That's heavy. Master, could I get some help? Gee, thanks. I am a servant, admittedly, but it's a lot to ask of just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once it's inside, close and bar the door, he said, dispassionately, his head still turned toward the darkness. As you wish, master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It hadn't even been 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world growing farther and farther away. Being holed up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometime. Maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. Y'all! Is she the one making the flower garden? The rose garden? What are you doing? Open the box now. As you wish, master. Oh, there's food inside. In the box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of bread, fruits, and wine. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michelle kept in the cellar. And buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. He really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you have begun to grasp the situation. Yeah, but why? This was delivered by someone from your house, master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently. They think you're cursed? Right. You don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone. Or maybe that I'm insane. I couldn't. Regardless, I am not normal. Bringing the food down to the cellar. Bring the food down to the cellar. The book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back off into the woods. I'll do it. All right. Then you take care of that. Hey. What is it? I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting! For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume? Oh! Whom is it of? It's so dark, I can't see it very well, but I'm sure it's... Don't touch that. Uh-oh. What? Michel, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over and ripped the painting from my grasp. I wonder what the painting... What is on that painting? Well, we've seen a couple of paintings throughout the stories. And there was one with a scratched face. But that one was the white-haired girl. And then there was one in the first story, aside from the one with Mel. Master? His face was twisted into a look I had never seen him make before. Was it indignation, disgust, hatred, panic? I couldn't tell, but there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps something important? A landscape painting. Oh, he muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression. But his eyes were still fixated on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Why a landscape painting? Seems like this wasn't something he was expecting. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message? It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Oh, of a girl? Master? Oh, you're still here. Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over and snatching the painting from me? You scared me. Could you maybe explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my... Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know what that was all about. And maybe an apology while you're at it. I love Giselle. She doesn't let anyone just run over her. I love her. But man, that she really didn't want to remember all of this. Even if she remembered it, there must be something very, very, very tragic. Other than whatever happened to the two of them. You told me to open the box, so I did. Then all of a sudden, you're angry. We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing. You don't have to be rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for it. Who in their right mind would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that? I wonder why they sent her. Like, for what reason? No, calm down, Giselle. You can't get angry. You're right. That is what I wanted. But I never wanted to make you mad, or for us to argue like this. I just wanted to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you can't do that, leave. I completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating were reflected in his tone of voice. Why? Why did he try to push me away like that? It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me, despite being sent here from my house. She was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason why I lived in the mansion all by myself. Why though, would they not have told her anything? Why had she been sent here, left completely in the dark? Giselle looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it all, like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet affect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough to not realize? She was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something? Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? In that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear? Terror? No, perhaps anger. I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that that was a subject she had no interest in me breaching. And so she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It's nothing you need concern yourself with, Master. I promise, it was an insignificant little thing. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant. And still you refuse to tell me. Like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you with a mere servant's personal blunders, Master. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, and yet you demand others tell you about themselves. Here you are, practically threatening me. Demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about. And yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Aha, so I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live with a cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had something to do with why she was here. If she truly hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. And if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Make me. Giselle's eyes were open wide. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. Huh? You're an abomination. It was the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke. It was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders. Uh-oh! Clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Oh, stop! Her face contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? Y'all, if he is cursed, Giselle is in troubles. Or maybe she has some kind of immunity. The black furor bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare. I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What are... I never called you a... No, get away from me. Get your hands off me. Good job, girl! Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and then I came back to my senses. Oh, frantically smacked my arms aside. Is she having like a trauma response, or... She might have been abused. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tight around her body, glowering at me. Yeah, I think so, maybe. Showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. He thinks that she's disgusted with his touch, but for her, it just felt more like a trauma response. And also, you know, her wanting to, you know, get his hands off her because he was hurting her. But the way that they explained it in the story, it just feels like there has been abuse. You just, you startled me, that's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. Hey! I am, right, I have, you know... Ugh. I'm allergic to people. It's a very, very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? Oh, that is such a bad excuse, Giselle. See, you know how some people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or a cat? It's that, except for people, so I am sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going through your mind right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight, being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raise my hand against you first, after all. Then you forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now, you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I'm not. For it would seem I can make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Oh, Michelle! Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. Y'all, I feel like she just protected herself in a situation where someone might have touched her and then she got sent here. Like, it's either or get sent here. It would be exceedingly difficult to get the story from her own mouth, which left me with one option: to write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. Dang. He really does not like his family. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michelle wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me, but there was little point in asking when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first I had been sure there was some way to get him to warm up to me. The more time I spent in the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. There was very little left of it, though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted to the pulpit's front face. What was, I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the window, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, or perhaps the cross hanging on it. I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in a mansion, but I had no one to ask about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. It's a very well-made chapel at any rate. I doubted Michel had it built for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power. No senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably tell me with a straight face that this was one too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him, and he didn't actually give us anything. He merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer is even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. Don't you worry. It'll all work out, promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of some small-time merchants like us. You never know, this could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding, haha. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine, honestly. I'll make enough money for us to get back onto our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah. Say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You're afraid I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? Ahem. How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See, how about that? Not bad, huh? What? You really think it sounded forced? I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes. But we couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then, my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. My mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry. But their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. He said they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said that if I agreed to work for them, the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took Abigails from other, lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just pray that nothing bad happens to my sister. And that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. This sounds like she sacrificed herself in some way. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money, enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. It felt like a message from on high that no, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish-white illumination shining down upon me disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a solid woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a solid woman like me. I wonder where he's standing. I just have, I don't like just have a feeling that he is behind the stained glass window. Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. They have plenty of money, a solid woman. And then, I never asked to end up like this. So, this is what's beneath that facade. Most likely, money's what she's after. All I need to do now is confirm my suspicions with them. Just what awful secrets will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I had stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I had seen the mansion from the outside. And it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Yes? Who is it? Michelle. What? Michelle Bollinger? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Whoa, I must say, this is rather unexpected. Just one word and I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am regrettably fresh out of carrier pigeons. Right, yes. My apologies. This man, living in a small cottage not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bollinger family. His job? To watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive and whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled. Afraid too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me. Or more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, and curses. Anything impure or not of this world. But I had long since gotten used to being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me. It didn't disappoint me. It didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over. Though, It certainly doesn't make me feel good either. I was, on some level, annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life. So before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head. There's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right, my sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. If the mere sight of me has you trembling, what will you do if I try to run? I would have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. So surely your mother would not... You're aware of who you're dealing with, right? Michel, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I don't need a blade to take your life. You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michel. Please do not leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill by way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, "You are cursed, though, aren't you? Once someone's got an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of. I'm so cursed that anyone can see it, that I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I'm here because I had a question for you, not to warn you that I plan to run away. A question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her." "I was told there would be an Abigail coming, that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else." "I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anything." "Right. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was, a hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bollinger family's internal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver it to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped off the next one. I am in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me?" Yes. Why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning." "Much appreciated. Good night." "You too. Do take care." Lord Michel? Yes? Is it true that you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again?" Not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michel. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night." Ah, cursed I most certainly am. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. The delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper. Oh my gosh! And the wall between us impossibly high. When I lay bare the scars in her chest and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. Oh! 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 You guys! You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna save here. Okay, so my theories why Michael could be cursed is because he might have a different parent. You know, his father might be a different father, and that could be why they think that he is cursed. You know, just because he's not from, you know, the same bloodline. They are from a very complex time. It could be that, and I also put in that it could be because he is albino. Like, he has albinism. He has the white hair. He has the red eyes. Like, in that time, they could have been like, he's a devil's child. They could have been like that. And maybe the parents don't even have these genes. That would make even more sense, because they'd be like, he doesn't look like you, he doesn't look like me, then who? It could have been like a story. It could have been a story about like these white-haired people, and it could be like the church is pushing some kind of like agenda from the church, like, if you look like this, you're probably a spawn of the devil or something like that. We don't know. And it could also be something like very traumatic, like the mother could have gone through something horrific. Maybe she got assaulted and might have gotten pregnant from that. And then, just by the birth of Michelle, it could have been like, okay, this is a cursed child. Because maybe like, I don't know what kind of doctors they have. Maybe they went to the church for that, and they were like, what do you think? I haven't had like my period. And the church might have said like, oh no, there's nothing to worry about. And then if she still got pregnant, maybe she thinks that she's cursed and that this kid is cursed. You never know. Crazy times. And also something that I was like, when we weren't inside the door, when we were in the mansion, when we didn't go through any doors, one weird thing is that the maid, Giselle, was kinda able to almost gaslight Michael into being like, you are the white-haired girl. And I was like, hang on. What do you mean? Gaslight him into thinking he's a different gender, unless there could be something. I got inspired by Nier. I'm not gonna say more than that because you guys might have not played Nier, but I was thinking that maybe, you know, because I was like, why? Michael would have seen when he went to the bathroom that he was not the white-haired girl, right? So why the confusion? Why was Giselle able to be like, you are the white-haired girl? That was weird to me. And she also said, master, something like master, mistress, does it matter? Like it's just a word. Because I was kind of stuck up on her telling him that he's a master, which means to me it just has like a male, what do you even say? A masculine, it's a masculine word. Could be something to it. Or the curse could have something to do, well, it could still be about his body. Like, it could be something very different with his body. And this also would tie into what I just said. A character plops up into my head. I'm not gonna say which character this is because it's a spoiler for another game, so not gonna say that. And also, and if it isn't anything weird about his body, then that's that. But that's one of the theories. And then there was, you know, when he snatched the painting away from her hands, that was also strange. That was strange. Because what did he assume was there? And then he was like, oh, it's just a landscape painting. That's weird. And that made me think about the painting that we found in the third door, where the painting was, where the face was like scratched out. It might have not been the white-haired girl. It might have been Michael. Also, theories about the white-haired girl. Yeah, the theory that I have about the white-haired girl is that I don't think she has anything to do with Michael. Darn it, should I say Michelle? Michael? You know what? My mouth is gonna say whatever it wants. So y'all are probably gonna hear 3 different versions. Forgive me for that. So I think that the white-haired girl might actually be this witch. Because in every single door, it feels like this witch term has always like followed her. For some reason, it's always like been attached to her. That's the thing that makes me like, maybe it is the white-haired girl that could be this witch. We'll see. And I don't really understand yet why she's then being reborn, if she is the witch. We'll see. Giselle. She does seem to be at the mansion with Michael because of some kind of a deal. Like, she wants to help her family. They don't seem to have, you know, the money and the status. So she's trying to help her family. That's what I believe. So she seems very honorable. And it looks like she might have been abused because of how quick she was to be like, don't touch me. Like, she screamed that at Michael. So I'm like, oh. And she skedaddled pretty quickly away from him. So, that was a telling signs. We will see. So, and then I just I wrote everything down in Swedish, so I have to like translate it as well. Why does she not want to remember? Probably because it's a very traumatic experience. Maybe it is also because Michael will have a bad fate again if she is to remember it. Maybe there's some kind of a curse she has on herself. Like, if you do not make it different, then Michael cannot live a different life. Maybe there's another deal with the witch that we don't know about. And maybe she wants Michael to forget her and continue living as he wants to, but with her just as the maid this time. Okay, that's all summed up. I did want to go further into it, but you know what? I need to jump into the game. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just recapping a little bit. Everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper, and the wall between us impossibly high. When I lay bare the scars in her chest and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. Yes. Okay. Oh, something about to happen. Oh, something about to happen. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. How did we get to this point? Ugh, I hate everything. My spirits were getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into a deep morass. I had been at the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I'd even had a little hope that me and Michael could get along together. But it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered. And the sheer locked away inside me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoke anymore. On the few occasions we did cross paths, he just gave me a cold glare and nothing more. Scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, it felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air. Like my very presence in the world was a crime. Oh, y'all, I love Giselle. This is gonna be very, very tough. I never could have imagined just how agonizing constant rejection was. I started despising others, despising myself, despising the world, convinced there was no one who could set me free. I considered running away from everything, rather than live like this another day. But I would have done so long ago if that were actually an option. Oh, so she really is stuck here. Really want to know the reason. If they found out I had fled, that I had acted outside their wishes, my mom and sister would pay. Yep. That's why she's staying. And Michael thinks it's because of money, like she's just, money hungry. And it's not like that. She's trying to save her sister and mother. I had succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I had given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had to go through to do it. No, cut that out. Getting way too depressing, Giselle. Pull yourself together. That's not who you are. Y'all, this girl is so strong. Like, I can imagine what she might have been through. But she's still trying to have like a cheerful attitude. And that is hard. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michael either. No. There seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. The witch. The mansion was, in fact, a bit of a local legend, which I had been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed and that an evil witch had lived in it for many, many years. Michael joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. I'm not usually one to believe in magic or curses at all. But being here so long, I can't help but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I was to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve a lot. I was going to lose my mind if things kept up as they were. I was ready to give up once, but I'm going to try closing the distance between us again. Good luck, girl! Good luck! Although I feel like it's gonna be, you know, a roller coaster. Well, that's kinda how they introduced this door. So, if I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a little easier. I wasn't going to try to make us best friends or anything. Just repair our relationship, enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. And the way she reacted towards Michael touching her, I feel like Michael just felt like she was disgusted by him. And that was not the feeling that I had at all. But of course he's gonna take it personally, because he has his own traumas as well, being stuck in this house for too long. I've got my work cut out for me. How do we even begin that conversation? Heck, what is that conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off. Do it another day. No. I've made up my mind to do this, so I should get to it quickly. The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually, there won't be any fixing anything. She's right. Communication is the key to everything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds, and we need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay. Let's do this. She's very courageous about her feelings. I made my way to Michael's chambers, which he had told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous, but at the very least, I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. This is one time where I'd really like to have someone to give me a little nudge. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Pardon, Master? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not here. The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of the house, his room was shrouded in darkness. Oh my gosh, why am I nervous? Is he gonna be there in the darkness or not? Or is he not in the room? Oh my gosh, I am so stressed out for Giselle. Because if he is not in the room, then he's gonna be mad at her for entering. Dang, oh my gosh. The only light came from the candle in my hand. Master? Are you there, Master? I guess I missed him. So he's not here. It's probably best if I don't stick around for long. Just in case, Giselle. He's already got a less than stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping through his room. Yeah, I should get out of here. I spun around on my heels, taking a step toward the door, when I caught sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there as quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by that object. Is it a painting? Something he kept hidden in a room I was forbidden to enter. Oh my gosh. I'm so worried. Maybe it was a clue to discovering Michael's secrets. I reached my hand down toward the object, knowing good and well I shouldn't. Oh my gosh, he's gonna enter just as she's uncovered it. I just know. Oh my gosh, we're in trouble. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down the veil he hid behind? Or was it the whispers of the witch? It is a painting! What do we have here? It's shrouded in darkness, but we can see the white silver hair. I pulled off the sheet, revealing a framed painting of what appeared to be a noblewoman with porcelain white skin. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then, what? I noticed something else. Wide gashes ravaged the canvas, damaging her face beyond repair. Okay. I'm starting to think something. The way he snatched away the painting from her hands, because he maybe thought that it would be a painting of himself, maybe, but as a woman. Maybe his curse is that he was born a man instead of a woman. And that's why he doesn't like to see this kind of portrait. Because Giselle is clearly stating that this is like a woman, a noble woman. So maybe she's seeing the dress more clearly than we are. And then damaging her face beyond repair. Like, why would he do that to someone else? That also makes me think about that painting back to door 3. The one that Maria found. What the... I imagine it had once been a painting of a beautiful woman, but there was hardly a trace of that left. Oh, the only feeling it inspired anyone was a deep chill. This damage was not accidental, it was deliberate, angry, and the contempt emanating from within the frame was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped into me. Why would anyone... She was surely a most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Oh my gosh, Giselle, please get out of here! Because you uncovered something! Oh my god, the music is stressing me out! Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? What had happened? Who could have... There's only one person who could have done this. Michael. Why on earth? No, he's here! Oh my gosh! Oh my god, Giselle! Oh my gosh, I'm so worried for her. Please don't hurt her, please don't hurt her, please don't hurt her. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission, and you saw the painting, didn't you? I am... angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damned woman. Or could it be his mother? No, why would he hide his mother? Disassociating? He could be like, that is not me. And that's why, yeah. I scrambled to make some excuse, but nothing would come out of my mouth. All I could do was tremble. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Doll! Oh my gosh! Please don't do anything to her! Y'all, he's holding a knife. Please don't do anything to her. Please. Why did you enter my chambers? Mike, what were you looking for? Answer me. Oh my gosh. Imagine if she's already been through trauma and then having this happen to her. Of course she's not gonna be able to say anything. She's gonna be stuttering. She's gonna be panicked. She's gonna freeze. My mouth wouldn't move properly. Oh my gosh. She's scared. I couldn't make my voice come out. I was like I wasn't even in my own body anymore. The wisps of air that were drawn into my lungs were expelled as hoarse gasps. She's having a panic attack. My breaths were shallow and rapid. I was inhaling, but I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feelings, of the knife he was holding up to me. Y'all, something really bad has happened to her previously. The way she is reacting. Like, of course, anyone would be scared to have a knife just come like that, but her reaction seems like she knows this. She knows this all too well. Of the terrible past I was chained to. The man's voice, the man's very flesh, terrified me. What were you trying to find? And what were you planning to do with it? Answer me. Oh my gosh. Another thing you refuse to tell me then. No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth though. Everything's so bright. Is she about to pass out? And I can't catch my breath. I can't breathe. That's fine though. You don't have to tell me. You have a pretty good idea. An idea? What do you mean? Money is what brought you to the Bollinger estate. And it's what brought you to me too. There are countless people who would love to see that house fall. And a noble family fears nothing more than disrepute. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I feel so bad for her. I'm about to freaking cry. You were, I presume, approached by someone scheming the Bollinger's downfall. No. And as it just so happens, the Bollingers have a very unfortunate secret. One they are quite desperate to keep under wraps. Me. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig up information about me. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. Oh my gosh. What if he's been like forced to cross-dress as a woman? But he's a man. Maybe something like that. Or it's another thing that I'm thinking of. A near-inspired thing. But I'm not gonna say anything because don't wanna spoil anyone else. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Well, he's calling himself a son. Michael, who made a pact with the devil. Who is supposed to be dead, but is very much alive. Did they try to kill him as well? You sweet-talked your way into that house, and into information about me and my present situation. And you meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever it was put quite a handsome price on it too. Or maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bollinger family is you. No. No, that's not true. Oh my god, she found her voice. Come on, Giselle. Then enlighten me. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Then tell me if that's not the reason you wormed your way into the Bollinger estate, and that's not what you're doing here. Then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion. Let her breathe, Michael! You want me to tell you about that? Oh my gosh, what have you been through? No way. That's asking way too much. Tell me. I swear I haven't done anything to wrong you. I simply wanted to make our life together a little more comfortable. To bring some warmth to this frigid relationship we have. That's the only reason I wanted to find out more about you. I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. Can you please? Oh my gosh. I understand him, but I understand her even more. Oh. Y'all, this is a disaster. She's not... Before it gets better with these two, it's gonna get worse. And this is the worst part, right? I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him I mean him no harm. But I can't say anything. A merchant's daughter became an Abigail at a noble house? Could you come up with a more obvious lie? Your father's the one who... Wait. How does he know that I'm from a merchant family? You look perplexed. I may be imprisoned in this house, not free to move about as I please, but I have my ways. What about his father? I know everything. Everything. Then he knows about that too. Oh yes, I do know. He doesn't, he's bluffing, but she thinks he knows. Oh my god. There's something else that she thinks he knows. What? What do you mean the father? What? Hold on. Your father's the one who... Oh my gosh. What has... Please... Don't. In your quest for money. Don't say it. You slept with my father. Oh my gosh! Y'all! This is what he thinks? But I think she is very much afraid of the father. And you know when I said she might have been abused? I mean, there were definitely clear signs of it, and we saw signs of it here too. Y'all, I think he did so... Okay, let's see how she reacts to this. Because that will be telling. Oh... Everything is bright. Did she faint? Is she having a panic attack? In that moment, Michael plunged his knife into my heart. Oh! What? What? No! No! Wait, it might be metaphorically. It might be metaphorically. Because it couldn't... He carved through my chest with those words. Causing me to completely lose control of myself. That tells me all I need to know. She has been essayed by his father. Oh my gosh, that is horrific! That is horrific! That is horrific! Ugh. a second. That is what must have happened. In a panicked frenzy, and probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside, and ran, and ran, and ran. I could hear a clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wish a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. Maybe if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it would get rid of some of the filth. Y'all, this is heavy! Oh! Oh my god, Giselle! Oh my gosh. Oh, I need a moment. But the jagged streaks of light cascading across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating restless grumbles in the sky. Oh my gosh. Just imagining her just running and screaming for her life. Oh my gosh. This poor woman. Why? I knew that if I fled that mansion, I would likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister. But I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from all that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. Before long, small droplets of rain began falling, which soon grew heavy enough to penetrate the forest canopy and reach the ground where I stood. The downpour drowned out my tears and my cries, because I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak. Each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh, but the bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I'd been through before. Michael had spoken the truth. No, you were assaulted. Otherwise you would have not reacted like this. As much as I want to deny it, to avert my eyes, reality was forever engraved in this body. No, no, I don't want to think about it. But I had no say in the matter. Get out of my head! Oh my gosh. No! 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 Is this the father? No. Y'all, I need a break. I need a break. I need a break. I need a break. No. I need a break and I need tissues because, oh my gosh. Y'all, we just started the game. Holy moly. Y'all, this is horrible. Oh my god. Y'all, if he does not die, I'm gonna be so freaking mad. Of course Giselle doesn't want to remember all of this. Of course she doesn't want Michael to remember this either. It's like she wanted to just start anew with him. Like, make him regain some kind of memories, but not, you know, the truth. Oh my god, can you hear the music? It's so... like, it's so disturbing because... oh, it's gonna fit this too well. Guys, are we ready to continue? Michael's actions triggered her trauma, yeah. Oh my gosh. And at some point, he's gonna know what actually happened to Giselle, is what I'm thinking. Or seeing this door, reliving this door, he'll be able to see the truth, which he wanted to hide. Oh my gosh, y'all, if the dad does not die... okay. Are we ready? Y'all, let's go, let's go. I feel like I need something to, like, hold on to. Yeah, my necklace. Let's hold on to my necklace. Come over here, Giselle. Okay, may I ask why you asked me here so late at night, Master? Oh no! Oh my gosh. Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. Care for some wine? Oh my gosh. Come closer and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hard water and like it rather tart, so it leaves quite the lasting impression on your tongue. And yet, it goes down so easily, you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip? Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it? No, but, please, Giselle, don't trample all over my good graces. Oh. Very well then. I will have a sip, Master, but no more. Have you ever considered growing out your hair? Having long hair made it difficult to do my job. You're not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. Oh. Y'all, that would make me freaking have a pixie cut for the rest of my life! It's a gorgeous shade of black, so deep a man could get lost in it for years. It would contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlight your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, and your chest. He's such a sleaze! Oh my gosh! Oh. I should get going. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. If only she was able to. But we know. Oh, but we're not done talking yet. Y'all, he need to get stabbed. I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious. No need to be so cold-hearted now. Oh, I want this scene to be done. From the moment I first laid eyes on you. Master, that's enough fooling around for one night. Now, don't be afraid. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I simply want to express my love. No, get the frick away from her! Y'all, I'm about to teleport into this game and strangle him. Let go of me. Oh my gosh. I only came here to work, nothing more. The first time I saw you, I thought it would be a tragic waste to leave you to wither away, working at some little street side shop. Oh my god, he knew what he was gonna do before. Stop. You can't tell me you didn't know a merchant girl had no place in a house like this, even as a servant. There's only one reason you would be allowed here. No, I swear, it never even crossed my mind. Ugh! It would seem you're even more innocent than you look. Oh, he's despicable! He's up there with Yukimasa. But you figured it all out by now, haven't you? No, let go of me. Stop this. Oh my gosh. Keep your voice down. No. Oh. Do not shout, Giselle. If anyone were to find out about this, you would be the one shouldering the consequences, not me. Oh my gosh. Y'all, it's difficult. But you're a maid, and I'm the master of the house. Whose word do you think holds more weight? Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt you. Oh, you despicable! I promise your family will be exceptionally well taken care of. Your mother will have the comfortable life you wanted for her. But you know what will happen if you raise a fuss and make a fool of yourself. Not only will your family not get any of our money, and not only will your sister not get to marry, you'll all spend the rest of your lives on the streets. How could you be so cruel? This is blackmail. Blackmail? For a merchant's daughter, you don't know much about trade, do you? Oh my gosh! Oh, he is so despicable. Oh my gosh. Then let me give you a little lesson about market value. The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Now let me see that beautiful bar. No! No, 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 no! Oh, I hate him! I hate him the most! Y'all, how do I even proceed? He was an older man, so I hadn't expected him to be very strong. But I couldn't break free of his grip, and I found myself entirely at his mercy. Beneath the gaudy outfits lay a hungry beast, and I was seeing the creature's true colors for the first time that day. The aging man ran his disgusting, slobbery tongue across my exposed skin. Everything he placed his hands upon withered away. Every piece of flesh he pressed his lips against putrefied, rotted, decayed, rankled. I trembled in revulsion, at which the man laughed, seemingly interpreting it as something else. I wonder what kind of place hell was. If hell's wardens only flayed and carved their prisoners, I would have preferred that instead. Oh my gosh. I didn't imagine it would be so tough so quickly. Oh. Oh, please let this scene be done for. I would have rather been sliced into tiny little chunks and cast into the hellfire. I would have chosen eternal torment over being touched by this man another second. But I didn't get to choose my hell. Eventually the man forced open the gates I had been holding fast, and spread his festering death inside me. Listen to me, Giselle. It is in both of our best interests to keep this between the two of us. If you can do that, I'll continue to do good by you and your family. Oh, don't look at me like that, please. I'm thrilled to have you here in this house, Giselle. Oh my gosh, I hate him! I hope he gets tortured. She has long since lost her mind after all. It's torture just being in the same room. Lost her mind must have been because Michael and my sons, they hardly ever come home. But you, Giselle, you give color to my dull life. Puke! You make it exciting once again. Oh my god, please somebody kill him. Now go on, back to your room. I'll be waiting here at the same time next week. I couldn't escape from that man's grasp. Not when he used my family against me. Some weeks I would just not go to his chambers, my one feeble means of resistance. But when I did that, he would send another Abigail to come find me the next day. I couldn't ignore his summons when he got other people involved. And then, when the two of us were alone, the mask would come off. And he would discipline me for not showing up before taking care of his usual business. On good days, he would leave bruises in inconspicuous places, my abdomen, my inner thighs. But he went as far as carving a word into my skin with a knife. Harlot. And that's probably why she was so traumatized about that knife. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is traumatic. That was why I was afraid of knives. That was why I was afraid of men shouting. I wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. I was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I even considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time the thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when it was just the three of us girls and the shop. Life may not have been easy, but it was never dull either. I didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted, if just temporarily, to go back to the way things were back then. That objective was the only thing that allowed me to keep going. When I was in his presence, I tried to convince myself I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. Of course she doesn't want to remember this. I was merely a vessel, a construct of flesh and bones. His hands couldn't reach my heart, for it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear. But the reality was, it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. You're Giselle, aren't you? One day, the mistress of the estate stopped me in the halls. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but now she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, her hair faded and stripped of its luster, her head down, her cracked lips barely moving as she spoke. Age didn't appear to be the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. There seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside too. Something that could burst at the lightest touch. Yes, I'm Giselle. Is there something I can do for you? The mistress rarely ever left her chambers. I had been told it had been years since she attended family supper. So she's the mom. So what would bring her to come looking for someone like me? You... what? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. You're... No! No! You're having relations with my husband, aren't you? You are, aren't you, Madame? Oh my gosh. You wretched creature. She was telling me the truth. Oh. always blaming the woman. One of my trusty maids caught a glimpse of you through a crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. You seduced my husband. You devil, you conniving witch. You don't get it, do you? You don't realize how grievous your sin is, do you? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up and hand her over to the clergy. No, that won't be enough. A witch. You have to burn her bones, scatter the ashes, or she'll just come back to life. Yes, yes, execute her. Kill this woman. Burn the witch. Seize the piece she's stolen from me. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. Not only has it taken away my daughter, now it's trying to take away my husband. They had 2 sons, not a daughter. So maybe it is that way, because she really wanted a daughter, but out came the youngest son, Michael. And maybe she was also like promised that it would be a daughter. And she was so sure of it. And she doesn't seem sane at all. And that's why she keeps... Why Michael is in another mansion. And she sends him paintings of his woman self, which Michael does not like. Maybe? Ah, God, please shine thy cleansing light upon this house. I knew it would be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not of sound mind. There was a madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. If there was no way around it, then I should have just done it myself, after the first time. Oh my gosh, poor woman. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, or to cry, or to shout. Before long, a crowd began to form around me and the sobbing mistress, and in it stood him. I assumed he would just stand back and watch, but much to my surprise, he stepped in, with an embarrassed look on his face, to try to settle his wife down and convince her not to have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all. Nope, he just wants to keep you as his property. And he's trying to keep you alive because he can abuse you more that way. Or maybe he just wanted to save face. And that. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided that I would be sent away to some remote forest. One of the previous Bollinger family heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but it had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled in the house. She had returned to life after being executed, and now skulked about in the darkness. It was the perfect place to banish a sinner. And so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out of the capital the next day. I hope my mom and sister are all right. The two of them will believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and his single solid passenger. Y'all, the strength it must have taken her to have like this positive facade about her. Looking out through the window, I could see the city walls slowly fading into the distance behind us. I doubted I would ever set foot in this land again. Ever cross the Grand Pont again. It was a saddening reality, but at the same time, I felt a surge of relief. I had finally escaped from that house. I had finally escaped from that man. This sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. A good while after we left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. On the sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. There was someone else already living at the house where I was to reside. The Bollinger's youngest child. But the letter didn't say why he had been sent to the cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter only made a single request. That I look after him and not ask any questions. So I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. If I look after whoever's at the mansion, then they'll do the same for my family. I don't have much say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed the stony path and bouncing around inside it. I resolved to take back my life, the peace I had once known, the cheerfulness I had lost. And to do so, I would forget. Lock away my memories. Bury every terrible thing that had happened to me. Cast aside those memories and find my smile once more. I have no idea who I'm going to find there, but they couldn't possibly do anything worse to me. I'll greet them with a smile and do my best to build up a decent relationship with them. I figured, since both of us had been banished to the same cursed mansion, there would probably be other things we had in common. And so, I would forget it all. And get my life back. Get my smile back. And that was everything that led up to me arriving at the mansion. All the wounds I never wanted to open again. I didn't want to think about that. I've been trying so hard to forget about it. I wanted to forget all about it. So why? Why did you have to make me remember? All I did was believe. Believe that we could make things work. Why? How could you? God, I can't take it anymore. Once the memories had broken free, they all flooded back with perfect clarity. Exactly how he ran his hands across me. Exactly where he hit me, where he cut me. like I was going through it again this very moment. The rain was cooling me down on the outside, but so much nauseating heat had built up in my gut. I vomited all over the ground. I threw up and I threw up and I threw up until there was nothing left but bile. And when I had nothing left to expel, the strength evacuated from my knees and I collapsed. I didn't know if everything was blurry because of the rain or because my eyes had decided they were done looking at anything. The whole world twisted before me. Michael's no different. My attempts to get close to him, to always keep a smile on, it was all a waste. The look in his eyes was terrifying. Like he didn't believe in anything at all. So he probably wouldn't have believed me if I had told him the truth. If he's convinced I have an ulterior motive, there's probably no changing his mind. Such a cold rain. If I lie down here and go to sleep, I wonder if all the warmth will eventually drain from my body. And then I'll decompose and become part of the earth. You know, that might actually be nice. Y'all, this is so heavy. I feel so incredibly bad for her. I'd like that. I always thought I didn't want to die. That I wanted to go back to the way things were. But who cares anymore? I did my best after all. And that still got me nowhere. Cheerful Giselle was all just a farce. And when I'm dead, all my worry for my mom and sister will fade away with me. Oh God, I doubt you have a place for me on high. I am, after all, an unclean woman. And I've given up on living altogether, but even if I can't get into heaven, that's okay. I want release. The rain pitter-pattered down through the leaves overhead, chilling my skin. The cold spread through my flesh and into my bones, my heart and lungs and stomach, freezing me like a block of ice. My consciousness drifted away from me, and the world slipped through my fingers. More than fear, I felt relief. Utter black, and that, I was sure, was the end of me. Oh my gosh, Giselle. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. I am even now putting her through a harrowing experience. We are definitely Michael, aren't we? Even now putting her through a harrowing experience, just like that time. Digging up the memories she locked away, the past she wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out before her once more. But I must get her back to who she once was, even if means forcing her to endure this. She must remember everything. Because I need to know, why did she become the maid? And what secrets does this house hold? You're Michael. There we have it. Yes, my name is Michael. I'm not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was the man who once hurt you deeply. Me. Why? What was her why referring to? Oh my gosh, she looks so sad. Ugh. Why I hurt her? Or why I'm here? Or perhaps why I didn't show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clench her cold hands in mine. I wonder, were her hands this cold that night too? There's still more we need to see though. And it's still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back, only then can I. When she's reclaimed herself, that is when I must tell her. Now let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. It's gonna get worse. Oh. No matter what we thought or what we desired, no matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered, we must not shut this door. She really wants to though. Y'all, I feel bad for making her relive this. Perfect darkness embraces us once more. I can see nothing, not even the woman beside me. But I shall not let go of her hand. I do not want her to slip away from me. I do not want to lose her. Oh my gosh. Still Giselle's POV. Oh. We? Stay with me. Are you alright? Where are we? Did Michael go after her or... I don't think so. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? No, I feel like she would have been startled. This is not something Michael would say, though. What? You had me scared silly there. Yeah, this is definitely someone else. I thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? You feeling up for any food? I can whip up some porridge for you right quick. I was in the forest. It was raining. Before that, I was at the mansion. How far did she run, though? I feel sick, like there's still something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. You really should have something. You need to keep up your energy. Unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest of spirits either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm in you. Please, have something. I've got some milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep in you, reaches down to your core. Take me at my word, please. Just one sip. You'll feel like a whole new gal. A heart-wrenchingly pleasant aroma wafted up with the steam from within the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip, and the warmth that spread through me brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread across the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh come from the man beside me, after which he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care what had happened to me or why I was here, who he was, or even where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. It felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times, I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time, and the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse at any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the dark mansion. I really wonder what's gonna make her go back. I have a feeling that she will go back, and it's probably gonna be related to her family, because she's gonna be worried that he's gonna tell on her. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. Warm milk, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. With those three things, my heart slowly began to defrost, and I started to regain the willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in any shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You looked pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now. And you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous, despite having never met me before, and for that you have my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I would no longer be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive now because God's guidance made it so. God. I came across you early this morning as I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? Ah, you don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Oh my gosh. I'm so relieved she found this sweet man. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand I talk? I have no reason to force you to do anything. You look like you'd been to hell and back. What? I could tell just looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. If not, then why don't you stay here? Here? Sure, it's a small village. We're self-sufficient and we all help each other out. No tax-hungry lords know we built the place up either, so we keep everything we make. We're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortable here. I feel like she might also leave this place because she doesn't want any one of them in this village in trouble because it's remote and they're like in hiding. Because they're for sure gonna be on the lookout for her, right? The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. What do you say? Sorry, Mom. What I'm about to do might make the rest of the family's lives more difficult. But I don't want to have to feel any more pain. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you. If it's really okay, then yes. Y'all, we have to understand how much this takes of her. To know that she has to put herself before everyone else. Like, she is at the lowest point. I would like to stay here. That's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out there in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? The name's Amede, just one lowly villager of many. I'm Giselle. Giselle, that's a beautiful name. Y'all, I'm about to cry because he's such a sweetheart in this chaotic story. She finally got something good. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up and you can call it home. I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like it if I just took a house for myself. That shouldn't be an issue. I'm the village's representative, more or less. Representative? Like the chief? Only in name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's maps, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge is because I'm a bit more educated than anyone else. It was a long time ago, but I understudied with a priest. Because of that, I'm familiar with the Bible's teachings. So rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me more like a priest. Wouldn't be much fun if the church found out about that, haha. They're liable to think I'm acting unordained. Then, you believe in God? That's quite the question. Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you survived, because he protected you. I understand that your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation, but those are the times when it's most important you keep sight of who you are. Right. Now you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll show you around the village. Thank you. I truly mean it. I really, sincerely appreciate everything. Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now too, so you don't need to act like a stranger anymore. Okay, So he's Amity. He seems like a nice man. Maybe here I can live in peace. It'll be alright, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect, but I had found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. While I had once been ready to give up on absolutely everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again, eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet. And in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more. Forget everything that had happened at the Bollinger estate, and everything that had happened at that mansion. Forget about Michael. There was one niggling curiosity, though, that I couldn't shake. Something he had said before I left. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, Michael, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead, but is very much alive. Maybe his family tried to kill him, even. What had he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michael one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. Oh, back to Michael. The house was, as it had always been, wrapped in a thick silence. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts had, in the end, all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me that it was for the best, I felt a kind of guilt seething in the back of my chest. You should feel guilty! And any attempts to figure out why only made me feel worse. But the look on her face then. At least he's reflecting. Please hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? She was screaming though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Be quiet. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond belief. I couldn't stand anything. This world, the creature I was, the witches whispering. The archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. So, for whatever it was worth, to escape from his gaze. I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window. Whoa, it's someone new. Hey, where you're from? You gonna be here long? Are you? We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a little, but please don't let it get to you. No, that's just fine. I'll do my best to get along with everyone. Haha, you've got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up? In particular? Once I decided I was going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. Y'all, she's so freaking strong. And I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever. I see, glad to hear it. Hehehe, and it's all thanks to you, Amity. Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might get struck red. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday, so how about we do that? Lead the way. That said, we're a modest little village of about 100. Everyone knows everyone. For that size, it looks pretty big to me. Amity taking the lead. We walk through the village, passing by crop fields and milk cows, presumably shared among the villagers. Houses were scattered across an area that seemed far too large for any 100 people. Actually, getting a better look at them, the buildings were dilapidated, looking more like ruins than residences. Once upon a time, this was a city rather than a village. When your ancestors lived here? Oh no, we were drifters fortunate enough to come across some decent-looking land, so we stuck around. How do you know what it was like before then? There were a few stone tablets left behind, and based on what we were able to extract from their texts, this area used to be a large city with a booming economy, rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds, but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants from afar came in droves. It was much like how the capital is now. Actually, this area was more open to foreigners. People of all different races, speaking as many different languages. It was evidently quite sight and sound. I had no idea there was a city here. That's what happens when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable the tablets are. But if you take them at their word, this city lost everything in just a single week. What? People, crops, livestock, all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. This is what the tablet said, though. We have been cursed by the witch. Uh-oh. Cursed by the witch. Look over there, you see the river? There used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it, but there is hardly anything left of it. If you continue along the path beyond the fallen bridge, there is a forest. That's where I found you. The deeper parts of the forest are so dense you can't see anything but tree trunks and leaves. It's an eerie place, wrapped in a cloud of darkness. If you make it through that, there's a mansion, which is said to be cursed. Oh, so, it's not too far away. The witch who supposedly destroyed this city lives in the house deep in the forest. She's been there for years and years and years, and she casts her curse on anyone who goes near it. The city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone and the houses still standing are practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks just as it did back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the records, someone by that same name was executed in this area for witchcraft. And even in death, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. Who knows how much of it is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken root in this region. The city's history may be lost, but the legend of the witch continues to be told. People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. No, I'm fine. You're best staying away from the mansion in the forest at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. Better safe than sorry if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, it is as peaceful a village as you'll find. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there. I know all about the mansion and who lives there. I was there after all, with Michael, for a full month. But I don't remember any cursed witch. Just a man with a bone-chilling glare. Maybe the rumors about a witch living there were spread by him. Or perhaps even his family. I could see them doing that. But none of that matters to me anymore. I'm never going anywhere near that house again. The witch's curse, Michael, they're nothing to me. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in this small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here, but I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into this village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered among themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I had never plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, or used a loom before. At first, I wasn't sure what to think, being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital. But over time, I grew more comfortable with my new life, and the people of the village started thinking of me as one of them. Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today. Can't, sorry, I'm spinning yarn. You can do that later. Come on, play with us. Stop that, don't pull on my skirt. Oh, alright, you win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you. And no ditching, we'll be down at the square, okay? Got it, see you there. Haha, the kids have taken quite a liking to you. Amade. You think so? They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults. Sensitive? They're very perceptive of how others are feeling. If you begrudgingly play along, they'll pick up on that quickly. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. There's not a good woman in the world who dislikes children. Ahaha, why thank you. I don't think it's so much that I like them, as I'm kind of like a big kid myself. I genuinely enjoy hide and seek. But that's not going to earn me any points. I like kids too. Watching them, it gives me faith that this world has a bright future. A bright future. I'd never looked at them that way. They seem to like you quite a bit too, Amade. Haha, thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids. Oh, you have children? Oh, heavens no. I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future. I see. But knowing you, Amade, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time. It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a small village, there are no ladies who would take interest in me. You don't give yourself enough credit. I'm fully confident you'll find someone soon enough. Do you really think so? Absolutely. Then perhaps you could be that person. Oh my god, please just leave her alone. Oh, y'all. I mean, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what she's been through, but... this must be just so traumatic to her. What? Pardon? I won't pressure you into it, of course. But I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way. But it's a little soon for me to think about settling down like that. Aha, it's pretty sudden, I admit. Take all the time you need to consider it. Oh. In Giselle's shoes, I would have felt like I would have to leave again. Because this is quite a lot of pressure. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I hit the microphone again. This is a lot of pressure. All right. I have to go play with the kids now. Have fun. I wonder if he really meant it. Amade is a nice fellow, and I'm sure living here would be wonderful. But I can't help feeling something isn't right here. Oh my gosh, I'm worried. Why am I thinking about him now of all times? Michael? That man has no redeemable qualities. Not one. As it turned out, Amade was serious about his proposition, and he brought it up every time we ran into each other. No! Why couldn't he just have been nice without any ulterior motives? Why does she have to go through this? Oh my gosh. Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Soon, winter started giving way to spring. On a day when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battled to break through the earth, the seams holding the village together began to come loose. That day, the village men were gathered in the square, talking. They all had stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited until they were done and caught Amade. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. Actually, with a dejected look on his face, he started explaining. A lord found out about this village. Antonin. It has to be him. What? And he said he's going to place this land under his rule. She's gonna have to run again. Meaning he'll start collecting taxes. In addition, he's also demanding we pay 5 years' worth of back taxes for our unauthorized use of the land. What? That's ridiculous. Yes, it most certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5 years' taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village at all. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area after all. But if we resist, he could send soldiers. It doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the village is. We have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we going to do then? We're going to do as the Lord demands. The 5 years' taxes will have to be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else. But it would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll use more of the land to grow and try to be more efficient. Will you help in the fields? Oh, of course. This village is my home now, too. Thank you, Giselle. It will be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we can get through this. I thought the same thing. If we all work together, we could make it through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought emotional strain and conflict to the village too. Your family has more hands to work the fields. I have a sickly child. You expect him to work any harder than he is. I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more. You both have more than us. They all turned on one another. When their comfortable lives fell under attack, the villagers' top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary. And before long, everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down a hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider. Come on, get moving. Oh, stop that. Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you've told us everything. Told you what? One morning a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. Oh my gosh. There, the entire rest of the village was gathered, all eyes on me. They're gonna think She is the reason why they're having this difficult a time. What? What's this about? Maybe they're even gonna call her the witch. Oh, don't play stupid. We all know it was you. What was me? The thief. Amade? From the crowd appeared someone I knew quite well. The ever-affable village representative. The man who had saved my life. No! But in his eyes now, I thought you were better than that. Was contempt, anger, scorn. So many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately, as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? I couldn't make sense of what was happening. So I just stood there, stupefied. There's been a rise in reports of people having things stolen lately. This village is too small to attract bandits, though. Since the Lord now demands we pay him taxes, even the smallest item lost can have a dramatic impact on a family's living conditions. What you've done is no joke. Wait just a second. I haven't stolen anything. Why do you think You have been seen in the act. What? So long as there is testimony against you, your guilt is assured. What? Who says they saw me? I swear I didn't do anything. They're obviously lying. You're the one who's lying. You've been playing us for fools this whole time. Everything was fine until you showed up. Oh, they're gonna say she's cursed. Y'all, this is so bad. We managed not to get found out until you showed up. No, that's not my fault. Giselle, apologize to the village and return what you've taken. Amade, don't you believe me? There were multiple witnesses. Several different people saw you stealing. I've known these people long enough to be my family, and I trust them like family too. They're not liars. But no, they're framing me. I didn't steal anything, I swear. Framing you? Now you want to put this on us, woman? Unbelievable. Have you forgotten we welcomed you into our village? Amade, please believe me. You of all people should believe me. You've been avoiding me of late, haven't you? Well, because you had something to hide, correct? This just feels like punishment because she doesn't want to. No, What other reason could you have to avoid me? Well! Well! What? Why? How can he say these things? Why won't he believe me? Now return the things you've stolen. I can't. I never stole anything. How am I supposed to return something I don't have? I see. So you've already moved the stolen goods. She said she doesn't have them anymore, folks. How should we deal with this? Oh my gosh. No, no. Giselle, run. Oh. Y'all, we're safer in the mansion, to be honest. With Michael. Rough her up till she talks. Yeah, she's not getting off that easy. Give us back our property. Well, why is this happening to me? The harsh new rulership has driven these people mad. I need to get away from this village, quick. Restrain her. No, get your hands off me. Have you forgotten everything we've done for you? All that matters is that you don't have to suffer, is that it? I didn't. I didn't do anything. Take her to my house. Oh no. Oh my gosh. We'll make her tell us everything. No, stop. You've all gone mad. Please, come to your senses. With men on all four sides of me, I was dragged into Amade's house. He sat coolly in a chair, and they shoved me to my knees before him. I'll ask you this one more time, Giselle. Where did you put the things you stole? And I'll keep giving you the same answer. I didn't take anything from anyone. Please believe me. Do you swear with God as your witness? I do, I swear with all my heart. You don't actually believe her, do you, Amade? She not only sold us out to a lord, she is now threatening to make our lives downright impossible. Again, that's just a coincidence. Listen to me, Amade. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man. Why are you doing this, Amade? You were such a good man. I am deeply disappointed in you, Giselle. As much as I don't want to do this, I have to get the truth from you. Amade. Ah, of course. Why didn't I see it? I'm still just an outsider to them. Why would he believe a stranger's word over the word of the village? His family. The water. A man set a wooden well bucket on the floor in front of me. In it wasn't clean water from the well, though, but grimy, murky wastewater. I reflexively turned my head from the stench, but a man behind me grabbed me by the hair. And before I had a chance to realize what was happening, the world around me went brown. Oh my god, this is horrible! Oh my gosh, Giselle, run away from here! I struggled with all my might to break free, but my arms were tied behind my back, and I didn't have the strength to overpower the man holding my head down. Reflexively gasping for air, a stream of filthy water poured into my mouth. Pull her out. We get nothing if she dies. Oh my gosh. Put her back in. And keep at it until she decides she's ready to talk. No. How unsightly. And to think I ever considered marrying this woman. Oh, you despicable! We can stop whenever you want, Giselle. You just have to tell us the truth. Oh my gosh. I was given no time to rest. My head shoved into the bucket, then pulled out just long enough for me to steal a breath before going back in, over and over again. Not a person in that room objected to the abuse I was receiving. I had prayed for a good harvest with these people. They had taught me how to use a loom, something I had never touched before. We had laughed together, lived together. They were normal people. Perfectly ordinary, kind, helpful, friendly people. Not at all cruel or inhumane. But look at them now. But now they burned with a frenzy that overshadowed all my memories of them. And every gargle, gasp and grunt they got from me fueled that fire. Dozens of eyes, laced with madness, stared down upon me, rejoicing at my suffering. My consciousness was slipping away from me. Y'all, I'm so angry! I thought I could hear laughing and chattering. But it all passed through my ears as mere noise, nothing I could make sense of. Stay with me. Get the frick away, Satan! He's no better. Y'all, I'm so freaking pissed. Torture Antonin, torture Amity. He's probably gonna be like, oh, well, if you want to get married, then I won't do this anymore to you. Rejection and madness. Can she seriously find one decent person? Oh my gosh. Y'all, at this point, it's just better to go back to Michael. At least he can ignore you. At least... Wait. What was I just doing? Ah, right. I was in the forest, on the verge of death. Then Amity found me and... we almost lost valuable manpower there. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's like she forgot what happened. Like she's actively trying to, like, erase her memory. As if all of this didn't happen. We were just discussing what to do about you, Giselle, and we decided to make you village property. No, he didn't save me. If you agree to work for us, we'll put this whole nasty mess behind us. Y'all, I'm so worried. They're gonna sell her off. She's gonna get trafficked. You may be worthless in fields and terrible with a loom, but there's plenty you can help with. No, no, no! What are you going to make me do? You like to get your hands dirty, and considering I found you half dead in the forest, I doubt the rest of you is any cleaner. Y'all, they're for sure gonna see the text written on her body as well. The one that monster put on her body. Oh no, 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 no! It seems we've come to an agreement. Please, somebody save her. I'll keep watch over her starting today, to make sure she stays in line and doesn't steal anything else. Dirty. Stays in line. The way they're looking at me. They didn't have to spell it out. No! 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 Oh. Please have mercy. If you're begging for mercy, that means you know you've done something wrong. Oh my god! The witch Morgana, please do something! Please! Please, something! Let's see. There is one way, Giselle. What? Give back what you stole. Naturally. But if you're going to insist that's not possible... We know where this is going. Then bring us something of equal value. Maybe she'll tell them that she'll go into the mansion and bring them something from the mansion. And it's not what I think. And if you can't do that, then your life belongs to the village. The men were cackling. They knew I couldn't do it. And they were enjoying watching me squirm. Take your pick, Giselle. Something of equal value. If I can get that, then you will set me free. In that moment, a little bit of darkness bubbled up in my heart. Something maleficent whispered in my ear. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. Oh, yes, let's do this! Are they really gonna let her go? I think I know where you can get something worth some money. The mansion in the forest has some fairly valuable furniture in it. Oh god. When did I become... You can steal some of that to sell for good money. Such a despicable woman. No, you're trying to save yourself. And who cares about things? You mean the cursed mansion? Even better! Send us there! We can bring it! You expect us to go there? Are you out of your mind? Anyone who goes near that house is killed by the witch's curse. There is no witch living there. There is no curse. Giselle, what do you know about that mansion? I lived there for a while. Well, for a month. You what? The son of a noble lives there. He's human, and he's alone. A noble? What's a noble boy doing this far from the city? I presume he was banished there. I was sent to the mansion from the capital to act as his servant. There was plenty of value in the house. Shelves lined with books. There should be more than enough to pay the Lord 5 years' worth of taxes. Is what you're saying true? I would not lie. As bewilderment spread through Amedee's house, I was unable to look at anything but the floor. I couldn't stop trembling. To protect myself, I had sold out Michael. You swear there's just a single man living in that house? Yes. It's only him. All right. If it turns out you're lying, you'll pay. Okay, everyone, you heard her. Tell all the young men to get ready. We're going up to the mansion in the forest. Uh-oh. And just to be safe, make sure everyone brings something they can use as a weapon. Uh-oh. And you, Giselle, you're coming with us. You'll be leading the way. Listen to me. Don't think about trying to run. Right. Oh my gosh, this is horrible. Like, please. Y'all, this is Beauty and the Beast. On the cusp of springtime, I found myself trekking through the dreary forest I had thought I would never set foot in again. How had I ended up here? How come I could never manage to avoid getting myself in these situations? Oh my god. Our poor girl. And who would have guessed that my reason for returning to the mansion would be to loot it? I prayed for God to show even a little mercy and ensure Michael wasn't around. Though I knew the chances of that happening were almost zero. After several hours of walking, hours, damn, we broke through the thick woods and the mansion appeared before us. Like its surroundings, the house was bleak and uninviting. Even the midday sun seemed disinterested in shining its light upon it. Despite on the surface, there not being much of anything impressive about it, the entire mob stood speechless before its overwhelming presence. But the men had weapons, and they were fueled by avarice, which gave them the courage to approach this place they wouldn't normally otherwise. Oh, I'm worried. The door won't open. I think it's barred from the inside. It would seem someone really does live in this cursed place. I'm honestly surprised. Even more so that it's not a witch, but just a noble. The door's old. We could break it down. Y'all, hopefully they do think he's a witch because of his appearance. Like with the white hair and red eyes. Yeah, let's bust it down. Hold on, there's no need to be barbaric. Did you even consider knocking on the door like normal people? You sound like a band of thieves. Ha, that's something else coming from you. Who do you think proposed this plan, Giselle? You. All right, men. You ready for lives of luxury? Break down that door. Stop it. It's the damn nobles who make our lives so hard. They deserve to be robbed. Break it. Break down the door. Please stop this. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Stop. Oh my gosh. All their repressed emotions detonated. They battered the door again and again and again. And in a few minutes' time, it was on the verge of collapse. They shouted and cheered and hooted like madmen. As my peaceful life came crumbling down around me, growing lightheaded from the anxiety, I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear it any longer, when the deep groan of a door opening echoed through the forest. It would seem you are not aware whose house you're trying to break into. The world went silent, like time had come to a stop. No one could manage to say a word, only stare at the man who had appeared from within the mansion. Surely you know what this place is called. Beneath the dazzling midday sun, he had bone-chillingly alabaster skin and long, nearly translucently pale hair. So surely you came prepared for whatever you would find. And his eyes were like two blazing infernos staring out across the mob. A demon, someone muttered, probably unconsciously. He did indeed look like something not of this world. It's a demon! The rumors about this place were true. Yes, run out. A cursed demon lives there. Demon? Him? Michael? No, he's not cursed. Indeed, I'm cursed. The witch's curse is real. I have inherited it in its entirety, as well as her purpose. A witch, a demon, a spirit impure. Call me whatever you wish, for the truth shall not change. I carry within me an eternal curse. It could be that. I mean, he could be a part of the white-haired girl as well. Or Morgana. Behold my flesh pale as the moon. No red blood flows beneath this skin as it does yours. Behold my hair, utterly devoid of color. Offered up to the devil as part of our pact. Behold these crimson eyes, a symbol of the lifeblood split at my hands. I shall bring calamity upon you as the witch of the legend. Never-ending famine, plague, catastrophe, suffering for generations. Until the moment of your deaths, you shall regret ever coming near this place. No, have mercy. We were just... It was that woman. She brought us here, tempted us with promises of wealth, deceived us, told us to pillage this house. We're innocent. Amity, please have mercy on us. Give her to me, then, as an offering. Absolutely, she's yours. Torture her however you please. I have one more condition. You never come near this house again. If you so much as consider it, you will all die by my curse. I swear it, we won't return. Run, get out of here. It's like Giselle has no better place to go. I feel exhausted for her sake. But I'd rather stay with Michael. I mean, everyone else is afraid of him. And I mean, she could just stay out of his way. Just, you know. Oh, maybe we are in trouble now, though. Ah! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Oh my gosh, please don't do anything to Giselle. Please, 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 Michael, have mercy. Without so much as a glance back, the villagers scrambled into the forest, and Amity, the man who had rescued me that night, went right along with them. Is there kindness in the world? I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Don't think I'm helping you. His voice rained down on me, but I couldn't lift my head. At least I have hope for Michael. Because he did feel guilty. And he was actually thinking about what could have happened to her. So he has feelings of him being maybe wrong. There was such a gaping void in my chest. I had no idea what questions I should be asking anymore. What I should be angry about. What I should be sad about. Not even the first clue. Look at me. Look at me, Giselle. Oh! Oh my god, he's really angry, y'all. Tell me, is it true you returned to the mansion to plunder it? That you brought those men here to rob me of my valuables? Answer me, Giselle. Yo, she's scared when somebody screams at her. Yes, it's true. Oh. I persuaded them to steal from you. Are you really so desperate for money that you resort to looting? Just how low will you go? Not only did you seduce my father— No! Michael! The frick, no! Oh. This is horrible. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Leave Giselle alone. Oh. Not only did you go digging around for information about me, you brought a mob to this house. And they were armed too. Were you trying to get me killed? Answer me, Giselle. Not even going to defend yourself? No one has listened to her. Throughout the entire story, no one has listened to her. Of course she's gonna feel like her voice doesn't matter. Your scheme failed, so you're retreating into silence. Ah, for God's sake, you sicken me. I'm done with you. I'm done. Leave this place and never show your face here again. As he shouted at me and I stared into his fiery red eyes. A somewhat inappropriate thought crossed my mind. She's gonna be like, maybe she deserves to be in this cursed house. Because she might feel cursed herself, as if going to another place will just continue that curse. She's gonna be like, I'm the cursed one, not you. Huh? So he can get emotional like anyone else. And my heart, stripped raw and cast out to sea, finally sunk deep enough to be crushed by the pressure. Me... What? If you want me gone, then kill me. You can do that, can't you? You can use your curse to kill me, can't you? Then do it, right here. Use your power. Take my life. And if you don't want to do that, stab me with your knife. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me! What? I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. No one will believe anything I say. No one cares one bit about how I feel. They just walk all over me, laughing. Why? Tell me why. Why is this happening to me? I never stole anything. What are you talking about? I tried my best to look happy. I thought everything would work out if I could keep smiling. I believed that would make things better. But nothing ever got better. What did I ever do? Tell me, what did I do? But you... All I ever did was believe. Tried my best to survive. To always wear a smile. But if everything is going to be my fault, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life, then I'm done. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Calm down, please. I don't follow what you're saying. My understanding is that you desired money, so you brought that mob. And before that, you used my father. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the real story. You'll take your family's word over mine. And that's exactly what they did in the village, because the villagers were the family. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. Well, I never wanted riches. All I wanted was a decent enough wage to allow my family to live comfortably. Finally. It's out. That's all I wanted. But that man, he used my family against me. He made me... Forced me... He... Oh! No. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this... Y'all, I can't even say it. It's so tough. What? Again and again, no matter how much I resisted, he wouldn't stop. Again and again. He threatened me. Beat me, cut me with a knife. Over and over and over again. What? My father? Raped you? No one would believe me. I did nothing wrong. Exactly, she did nothing wrong. And I'm so glad that she's not blaming herself, because most victims blame themselves. You don't believe me either, do you? So I'm done. I don't want this body anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Help me, please. Set me free. Kill me. Kill me already. Use your curse and kill me. Kill me. Oh my gosh. Give me a moment. I need time to process this. You can do it, can't you? Then kill me already. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me, damn it. Give me time so we can talk this through. I want to hear everything from the beginning. Inside, let's go inside and talk. The light hurts my eyes. That was a door. I might have best let stay shut. Not knowing the truth would have been so much easier. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't have been made to shudder in disgust, hearing about the crimes of my own family. But if I hadn't opened that door, I would have lost everything. That day, after far too long, I finally let myself see the person in Giselle. Giselle didn't recover for some time after I managed to get her inside. Unsure what else I could do for her, I had her sit before the fireplace and waited in silence as she sobbed. I had no idea what one was supposed to say to someone who was crying. Was it normal to offer them a warm drink? I didn't know. I did know I needed to reflect on the things she had said outside and try to make sense of them. And from there, calm myself down and prepare for the conversation we were to have, as unpleasant as I was sure it would be. A considerable amount of time later, Giselle's sobbings grew to a stop, an oppressive silence stepping in to take its place. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that, but what I didn't know was how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest face-to-face discussion with someone about the things we were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. I had to do it. Even if down that road lay truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle, could you please tell me what you did that? No, what was done to you at my family's home? How you ended up coming to this mansion? And what happened after you left? I would like to know everything from start to finish. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much as gave me the time of day before. I very much doubt you will find what I have to say agreeable. Will you still believe me even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your family or the people of the village. I cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood. Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me of how she accepted an offer from the Bollingers to work as an Abigail to earn money for her family. Of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her. Of the things he did to her. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I had already seen how she felt deep down, though. Had heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. That was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Regardless, I had realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it all mechanically, to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that, I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do when I learned my father was a rapist? How was I supposed to react to that revelation? What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. Do you want all the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me? I still have scars from the things he did. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. No, that won't be necessary. I see. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did so because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word? Brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done, I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind. So why had I thought her letter the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character. Consumed with distrust for everything. He's rather perceptive. I had to face it now. To open my eyes once more. To look at everything I had pretended away until now. I was not completely blameless for her suffering after all. Please continue if you will. I left off at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to this mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided I would be sent here rather than being executed, which is what the mistress wanted. At first I assumed it would be essentially a private prison, but in the carriage on the way here I was given a letter. A letter? From whom? It didn't say, but your father was the one who ordered me here, so I would guess it was him. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there, the Bollinger's youngest child. It didn't go into any more detail than that, but it did ask me to look after you. Do you still have that letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it now, that was rather strange of him to do. It was just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? Ah. It wasn't my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in a remote forest. So who was it then? The mother? The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. Or his brother? Then who? My brother, I believe. Either Dieter or George, but I would guess Dieter. Your brother? Why would he? I do not know. I can't imagine why he would write such a letter, or why he would want to tell you about me. I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. Yeah, the way she is able to still, see good in people, even though nobody has been good towards her. It's remarkable, these kinds of people. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. Then why doesn't he stay in contact? Why does he never respond to my letters? It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. No, never mind that now. Please tell me the rest. All right. Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotion in her tone of voice now, perhaps because she could see I was more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described that night in the rain, listening to the thunder, when she gave up on living. And I knew I had caused it. She then told me of the time she spent in the nearby village. How at first life had seemed wonderful, but in time it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. Once she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just a faint trembling in the air she exhaled. That is everything. Do you believe me? I If you don't, if you still think I'm deceiving you, then I won't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, you had told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might not have turned out like this. The knife. What? You were holding a knife. I can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, they scare me to death. Oh my gosh! Just the sight of one in someone's hand, and I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. I start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes what? I can't even form words. There's nothing I can do. Now I finally see. She was grimacing in pain. The day the package arrived, when you knocked my hand away. Because I was scared. Because it reminded me of that time. This is the kind of communication you should have. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, communication. I had assumed she was simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous realizing I had been pouring a constant stream of salt onto her unmendable wounds. Y'all, Michael is a good person. What a damned fool I was. He just has his own trauma. Why did you get so upset at me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. Michael, now it's your turn! If you meant to sell information about me, I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I love that she's like continuing to like press on with this. Like, you didn't need a knife. She's not just like quiet and being like, okay, whatever you say. She knows she's right. I have nothing left anymore, so I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk. Yo! He deserved that. He deserved that. At least we see a totally different side of Michael now, so I'm happy with that. I'm really, really happy with that. So, from this point onward, they can have a good relationship. And I'm looking forward to that. And then they're gonna break us again. You're a jerk. What you did was inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are frail creatures. They wound easily. Apologize. What? Apologize to me. I said apologize. And this feels like she's not just wanting an apology from Michael, but it's like she's demanding it from the universe. Like the villagers, his father, everyone who wronged her. I'm sorry. Again, put your heart into it. She needs to hear these words. She needs to hear them to continue. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again, once more, get down on your knees and shout it from your gut. I'm so very sorry. Was that a laugh? Jeez. You're such a strange man. Strange? You told me to do it. Nothing's going like I thought it would. I figured even if we talked, you would just deny everything I said. I didn't think you'd actually listen to me. But you did. You listened. And you looked quite distressed by what you heard. Giselle is so freaking strong. Because what do you mean? She was just gonna tell him everything and then be like, well, he's still not gonna believe me. The strength that it takes. She did not give up. Even if she gave up on living, she had just a glimpse of belief left. Even if she doesn't want to admit it herself. I looked distressed. Oh yes, you sure did. I wish I'd had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said, but you didn't once accuse me of lying. You faced up to the truth and you apologized. I seem to have the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. To be honest, I didn't like you very much. The feeling was mutual. But for some reason, I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I feel like they feel some kind of bond, like some kind of camaraderie. Both of them being cast outs. Not being believed. And I feel like they both feel like their bodies are cursed. She feels like her body is cursed because of everything she's been through. She feels unclean. She feels like a sinner. Whilst with Michael, it feels like he hates his being because of his family. And he explained, the way he explained himself, his appearance, as if he was someone to be afraid of because of his white hair, his pale skin, his red eyes. So they both feel cursed inside of their bodies. I need to apologize to you too. Apologize? For what? I led the villagers here. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I don't understand. What, do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. It's like he genuinely doesn't understand why she should apologize to him. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. Exactly. That's where the fault lies. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. Y'all, he understands all too well. They plan to take advantage of you from the start. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that nothing worse happened after her getting her head dunked. I was so afraid they'd be trafficking her. I was so afraid of that happening. I was like, no more, no more. And then when she spoke about the mansion, I was like, yes, yes, yes. Make them go there. That Amity was probably in on it as well. To get back at you for rejecting his proposal. Exactly. Plus, giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me. But this was after I had threatened you, causing you to flee from this place. You have nothing to apologize for. Still, I still feel really bad about it. So, I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn. But now that we've both apologized to each other, we can call everything square. Square? Square. We were both in the wrong. So we apologized and we forgave each other. She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed in perplexity, like I was looking at some bizarre fantasyland creature. The weight of our crimes was not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonin's son. His blood flows through me. Can you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. If I were her, my grudge would extend to all of my family, everyone I had ever come in contact with. I can. Although you don't need forgiveness for being his son. Being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. Exactly. It wouldn't be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious? About what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know. Yes. I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That's quite the leap in logic. She's worried! Oh my god, my angel! Y'all, I love Giselle. I love Michael too. Y'all, these two. Oh! I'm already shipping them very, very much. And I just know they will continue this tragedy. You know, I was at my lowest just a little bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. I never expected I would recover at all. I was just as surprised as her. She had been through hell, and she had more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me with vitriol, but instead, she was smiling. And even more unexpected was the fact that I felt relieved to see it. I really, truly wished I had gotten to know him sooner. Yes, I had fled from the mansion in fear of him, but maybe if I had had just a little more courage, enough to tell him the truth, maybe he would have listened. I had let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly. I had convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually expressionless, save for the Arctic stare. But the man standing before me did experience sadness, pain, distress. Or at the very least, he appeared to, from where I was standing. Michael was just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior. Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better. What are you doing here in this mansion all alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you going to keep pushing the master and servant line? Do you still think I have no need to know? Be quiet, for the love of God, stop talking already. You always pick the worst time. What? Excuse me? What do you mean I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't. Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being. Then you go and spout this. No, Giselle, I wasn't talking to you. Oh, the witch's whispers. Who else could it have been? I was, talking to, you know. I have a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as my allergic to people excuse. Sorry. Weirdo. Oh, we really needed some light-heartedness. Oh. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth was far beyond my reckoning. And if it was, even if he did, please tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. I will trust you, and I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please, if you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So what you said outside was a bluff then? It was just a way to chase the villagers away. Well, you certainly put on a convincing performance. So you can't actually curse anyone, huh? Like, I'm sitting here thinking it can't just be his appearance. What we're seeing. It definitely has to be something else, something more like mind-boggling. We saw the painting. Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least, I consider myself one. Others would disagree. And the reason for that has to do with my body. We're about to know! Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? I don't think that's the only thing. Right. That's not... Seeing Michael under the sun, he certainly wasn't what most people would consider normal. Awe-inspiring, in fact. Giving birth to me, it broke my mother. No, I drove her mad. Not only do I appear inhuman, I'm oversensitive to sunlight. While a little light through the window isn't much of a problem, I can't be outside, directly under the sun, for more than a couple hours. He definitely albino. But it has to be something more. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. So she banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you look different from them? The family's reputation was at stake too. If other noble houses realized they were giving refuge to an unholy creature, it would destroy the Bollingers. Is that all, Michael? You saw how the villagers reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. If nobody thought the house was cursed, they wouldn't have. I'm sure you were afraid as well. You saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. A what? Yo! Oh my god! A what? I at least thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never once crossed my mind that you might be evil. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you've lived all alone in this dark mansion for 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They bring me all the supplies I need. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? That's not an option. Because of the sun? No, I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched to ensure I don't leave. Watched? They can't allow anyone to find out that I am alive, particularly at the Bollinger estate. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also, I had been holding on to a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I have all but given up that hope now, though. Not that I ever had enough willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't need to worry about pitying me either. It's long since become normal to me. That's not something that should ever become normal. So, what was that really, a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please tell me. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will. You're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry, I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it either. Like I said, it sounds crazy. Not at all. I said I would trust you, so I believe in you. Maybe he's not well. Yeah, that has to be it. 10 years all alone in one place and you're bound to start hearing things. He seems like a delicate person too. Thinking about it like that, I'm starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you. Huh? I've made up my mind. I'm going to stay here with you. Wait, what? Don't worry. I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? Oh my gosh, I already love them so much. Oh, please don't rip my heart apart. I know they will, but oh my gosh. I love these two. I love these two. Oh my god, my pookies! Oh. If you hear it again, let me know. Understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was. Whenever you hear it, I'll be there with you, holding your hand. Well, we kind of took the extremely long route. But there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master. Master. Now, where should we begin? I know, supper. Are you hungry? What should I make? Slow down, please. What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'm happy to accommodate. You actually intend to stay here? Again? After what happened last time? Because of what happened. Because of that, we're finally able to see past each other's surface. I wanted to try again, from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master. Alright. I can stay here, right? I don't mind. Hehehe. I'm glad to hear it. Say... Yes, Master? If you ever want something from me, could I please ask you to put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things. Oh my gosh, he's so sweet, y'all! I love him! He's like, please communicate them with words. I don't want to misunderstand. Y'all, these two. Oh! Got it. Then there's something to start with. Here's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows? Open the windows? Yeah, we don't have to if you think it will cause you problems. But it would be nice to get a little light in here. I like to put an end to this house being a dark, closed-off cave. I wasn't the one who barred the windows. You weren't? They were like that when I arrived. Made it seem like a very appropriate place to lock me away. While I'm sensitive to light, yes. As I mentioned, a little sun through the windows shouldn't cause any problems. Alright then. Can I ask you to help me open them? Let's both lighten this place up. After a few moments of silence, Michael gave me a curt nod. While we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up, the two of us forced open the ones that were just covered by rusted over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light, like nothing I had ever seen before. Wow. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I had assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything else would fall into place. But it was that first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. And now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us, it was a huge accomplishment. This time, it'll all work out. It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together. But now that I'm alone, in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again. Starting to feel like something bad is going to happen. Like I'm going to mess something up again. We took a big step today, and I know I have to keep it together. To keep thinking positive. The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Oh my god. Understand? Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She had lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man. Y'all, I think that she can't be alone with these thoughts. Girl, go to Michael. It's alright. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Giselle. Michael told you that you could talk with him. You need to put it into words. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast to your faith in the goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble. Yes, come in. That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. There's no one there. It's the witch, you guys! It's the witch. What was that about? It's an actual witch. Oh. A glass? It's wine, and it's so warm. Okay, Michael. I guess he heated it up on the fire for me. I was so quick to be like, it's the witch! Oh. Oh, you. You could have at least said hi. Hehe. I have a feeling this is going to work out. The light shining in through the windows is swallowed whole by the darkness, as if to say our time together never actually existed. We saw it though. Together, we watched the light crack open the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember. It's as if he's trying to save her now. Please find yourself. Please, Giselle, don't let the things you felt, the warmth that fell over us, remain lost to you. I might have seen it. Seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are these truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale? Like all the others we have seen so far. She was so bright and energetic, and I am neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. This is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories. No one else's. It was all very much real. As were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days. Those words create a strange warmness within my chest. But at the same time, they make me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our past doesn't lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle, to the spring that made us more than just strangers. Wow, right. Master, come on, get up. Up with you. Master! Oh. See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Morning? Wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there! I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here? Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. I did, yes. Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of the leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? Kind of. But you wouldn't be you if you weren't. So for now, I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind. Hehe. I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. What did you think of me? Let's see. Look at her face like... She's so adorable. I love her. I thought you were cold and cruel. Heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Yo! Wow. This is so cute. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. You want to clean? Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sort of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. Hehehe. My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace, but I could see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. That was the first time I had gotten a good look at her in the light. I could see a facial features I had missed during yesterday's commotion, and those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of the tribulation she had endured tainted her pure jade eyes. She's surprisingly good looking. Yeah, now you notice! Now you notice! I'm clearly not myself right now. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Is something the matter, Master? He's just in awe. He just can't tell you yet. Ha, I know, you're still half asleep, aren't you? Guess I'm just going to have to throw my best bucket of water on you. What is a best bucket of water? I'm awake, I'm awake. Is there something on my face then? Just say it, Michael! Just say it! Just far too amusing a sight to wake up to. Ah! Amusing? Oh, just get out of bed already. What a noisy morning. Blah. I have a hair strand. Where is my... Gotcha. Cat hair. I got my first decent look at Michael's face under the light that morning. Watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up on in the darkness. His expressions, mannerisms, and the way he looked at me. I could see facial features I had missed during yesterday's commotion, and those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was almost certainly, making a really dumb face at him. Is it just me, or is he kind of... No. Very pretty? Oh, girl, we know. He looks gorgeous. Like, 10 out of 10. Yeah. If this ain't the most good-looking couple ever. Oh. How could I have not noticed until now? Y'all were shuffling in darkness. Oh jeez, wow, I can't look him in the eyes. Yes? Whoa, what can I do for you? Oh my gosh! Yeah, she's making me... Is there something on my face? Well, no, Huh? Y'all, I can't with this. Oh my gosh, this is too adorable. This is too adorable, and we know they're gonna make us cry. I'm not ready for that. Let me be here in this moment. A hair monster! Excuse me? No, your hair, it's really long. Yes, that's it. Way too long. Ho ho. Is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. At least he's smiling. So, about that cleaning. May I wash my face first? What? You're going to help? I just said I'm not going to act like I'm superior to you anymore. What are you snickering about? I can't help it. I'm happy. Yo, she's so cute. Oh, she's so cute. If my hair really does bother you, you can cut it. Huh? I can cut it? Of course, I'll give you the best haircut you've ever had. Oh, but I should warn you. You'll want to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sister always said you were as likely to lose an ear as you were your hair whenever I cut it. You stay away from me! Y'all, I adore them. I adore them. Oh, this is gonna be heavy, you guys. But let's just be happy right now, okay? Let's just be happy right now, okay? I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her. Only one day following our opening up to each other. Maybe this was normal, and I had simply never felt it before. I didn't know. I had thought it would take years of work to get close enough to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every little detail. But here I was, a day later, already there. Was that how it usually worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant. And it was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I had always done by myself. Hey, I see you shoving aside that parsnip. You need to eat everything! Do you have any idea why there was so much rotting parsnip in the cellar? I don't care for it. You could at least pretend to be ashamed. Yes, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. Hasn't caused any problems thus far. It will soon enough. Ha, I can't believe you. We have limited supplies, and you won't eat your vegetables. Maybe you should feed it to him. Do the airplane. Or maybe he likes like motorboat. Woo, 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 choo. Oh, question. I've got an idea. Go on. Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone? Meaning, I was just wondering if it was possible to make requests. If I could, I would just go out on a shopping trip. Perish the thought. The only village around here is the one you came from. Right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for... Who would ever be concerned about you? I just want to be able to sleep well at night. And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Back to your question about the delivery, yes you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write what you want on a sheet of parchment, or if we don't have any, something similar, put it in a box and leave it outside. Y'all, I freaking love their dynamic. As long as your request is not completely unreasonable, it should arrive with the next package. Why, is there something you need? Yeah, I was hoping to increase our selection of vegetables. And while I'm at it, if possible... Actually, that's a secret. A secret? Hehe, it's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right. Maybe she'll bake a cake? Or maybe something sweet. My relationship with Michael gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom. And he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work. Though he was still not very talkative and oftentimes hard to read. He at least seemed to be making an effort to close the gap. He would on occasion tell me about himself, though not in much detail, and anytime his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently, his father had wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario in which he could live, faking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I had never encountered Michael's brothers while at his family's estate, but assuming he was right, and it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were likely our only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking, it's been 10 years, Michael had muttered. To which I had replied, have faith. It was better to believe in something, even if it felt silly and unreasonable, than to lose faith in everything. My being able to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what had allowed me to start smiling again after all. Because I was able to have that faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't an exciting or thrilling life. It was a humble, simple one with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours. Yeah, I love this. I love this. just everyday stuff. This is so wholesome, I love it. Oh my gosh. Master, I really truly appreciate that you want to help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but... This is apocalyptic! This is mutinous! This is an affront to gastronomy! This is unearthly disgusting! Get me better ingredients. What? I'm not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. Michael, maybe you shouldn't be in the kitchen, is what I'm thinking. Giselle seems to know what she's doing. You just hop into the chair, sit down, relax, read a book or two. We got this. Me and Giselle, we got this. If they were better, they would have tasted just fine boiled. Oh, you're gonna blame the vegetables? For not being cooked right? Huh. And it's not as bad as you claim. Besides, you make a mockery of culinary arts! I've been eating this for years. I don't see the problem. I've heard quite enough, master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. Let's go, let's go. I have to teach him what real food tastes like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it. If I make him something really good. Ah. I see what you're doing. Hold the chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf. I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair. It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I've got practice, so let me take care of it, alright? There's a lot more dust than I expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're going to want to hold your breath for this, master. Alright, here goes! We're probably gonna be like... Y'all, I love these two. Why do I have hair all over my face? She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair? Oh, do not let go of the chair. We're gonna drop. Because dust cloud. Hello, Michael, dust cloud. Chew. Uh-oh. Michael, were you not holding the chair? What? What? Will we have a trope? Will we have a falling on each other trope or what? Hold the chair! Oh my gosh! Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding that. Did they fall on each other? Did she think that she fell on top of the chair or something? But it is Michael. Let me get some water first, because if that happened. Master? What happened, y'all? Your hand is... What? Wait, what? What? Hold on. If she's falling and he didn't grab the chair, did he grab... Could be a leg, but could also be a butt. What? Wait, what? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Your hand is it's on my chest. Okay, Michael, that was not the chair. Well, now you know how it feels, Michael. This is so silly. Oh my gosh. Y'all, what the freak? What is he even gonna say to this? What is he even gonna say to this? Is he gonna be like... Is he gonna do a Zidane and be like, soft? Why did you attack me? He's probably gonna be like, why did you attack me? It was an accident. Right, it was, it's fine, really. It was my fault anyway. It's completely, totally fine. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward? Yo, why am I feeling the awkwardness? So don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about this stifling awkwardness. Y'all, something tells me this is gonna be awfully funny. Because how is he gonna save this situation? He's been alone here for 10 years. How are he gonna socially clutch this? Okay, let's see how he clutches this. Do we have faith in Michael? Let's go. For one, it was only for a moment. I barely even realized what it was. But that's not the issue. I need some clever way to brush all this aside. Y'all, I'm so curious about what he's gonna say. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. He's gonna be like, huh, it's just a couple of breastises. I've touched plenty, you know. I've also had a mother, you know, and do you know where milk come from? He's probably gonna say something ridiculous like that. Okay, socially clutch this, Michael. Let's see what you do. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I'm not concerned at all. Yo. Obese rat? That is the best he can do? Felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. Yeah. Yeah. I might have to get some water for this because I need to see what she's gonna say about this. What's she gonna say about this? And what is Michael gonna say about this? That's something. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. Very romantic, Michael. I mean, if anything, now she's gonna just think about it as that. Just having 2 goblets of obese rats on her chest. What do we say to this? Do you guys think that he clutched this? Before I continue. Now it's clear what he's been doing these 10 years. He's been lonely, y'all. He's been lonely. Ladies love to be compared with Ratatouille. No Riz. Y'all, he's like Mel. Mel didn't have... Well, I mean... Mel was more of a Rizzler. Actually. He was more of a Rizzler. I mean... Would Mel say something like this? No. No, he wouldn't. Personally, I think that was a 10 out of 10 save. Y'all, I'm so curious. Come on, L. Michael. Everyone in the comments just roasting him. Oh, dang, bro, should have really said nothing. Y'all, and the way I can also visualize that he was saying this all confident too, like look at this. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. And he probably is blinking really quickly too, like... What about it? Nothing to it. Oh my god. He was in fact concerned. Yes. I mean, I kind of want her to make him even more caught off guard. Like this. Now this is too funny. This is too funny for me. This is too funny. Like, please make this more awkward. Giselle, I believe in you. I believe in you. Please make it more awkward. It's so hard to come up with such a bad line on purpose. Truly. Let's continue. Because this is too freaking funny. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. And it's not like it got any better. Michael. Obese rat. An obese rat. What? How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm going to rip every last hair of your head. Calling. Oh. I cannot believe this. Like, I cannot believe this. Huge L. Wow, leave my hair out of this. Y'all, this is too funny. This is too funny. Wait, you still have your hair left. Say, master, what did you do all this time all by yourself? You know, what I told you. Squeezing obese rats. What, you don't believe me? Can I try again? What? That's an exceedingly vague question. Say, when you were really stupidly bored out of your mind, what did you do to keep yourself occupied? Meditate? Just how many times have you reached enlightenment? He was meditating while squeezing obese rats. Oh my gosh. I sometimes play chess too. Chess? Wait, by yourself? Yes, I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way. Oh, should we play chess? That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, master? Play a game against me. Do you know the rules? You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with trends and know all sorts of games. Aha. Hehehe, prepare to meet your maker. Y'all, I love their dynamic, I love their chemistry, I love their personalities. 10 out of 10. Favorite characters. Alongside Mel as well. I love Mel. So, who was I supposed to prepare to meet again? Did we lose? Come on, have a little mercy, you trounced me. One more time. I just wasn't at the top of my game. I can do better. And if you're... If you're really lucky, you get a squeeze of the obese rat. Oh my gosh. That will never ever leave me. Never ever leave me. When am I going to meet this maker? What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on. That's not fair. Take it back. Ah, my king. Please stop. Amateur. Can't you go just a little bit easy? You never asked me to go easy. This isn't a game, this is slaughter! This is a one-sided massacre! About this maker... Again with this maker?! Now he's just rubbing it in. I'm looking right at him. That was actually kind of fun. No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're playing something fair. Such as... let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling! She's like... Yes! We can win this! He's skinny! Let's go! Oh, she really thinking she can win this. Just because someone is skinny doesn't mean that they're gonna be weak, okay? They can have perseverance, they can have patience. Like, they can be really bendy. I think he might win this one as well. Or, you know, she could also cheat. You know, he has quite long hair. She could just be like... Arm wrestling, let's go. Huh? Arm wrestling? Finally something he doesn't know. Yeah, you sit across from each other. Put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Giselle, I believe in you. I believe in Giselle. Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition? Not interested then? Or are you afraid you might lose? Loser! Alright then. I can't imagine losing to a woman. Oh! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Michelle! No! Giselle! Win. Giselle... Everyone! Give Giselle the power to win! Although... She said he was skinny. And he doesn't know arm wrestling. Gosh, I hope she wins. Especially now, I can't imagine losing to a woman. Bite him! Bite him if you must, Giselle. Pin him down! Wait, yeah, okay. Yes. You know, pin him down because of the arm, not pin him down because... No, never mind. Never mind. Ha ha ha. Okay, elbow on the table. Let's go. Start on my count. Ready, go! Wait, he has to be losing. He has to be losing. Who is winning? You guys, who's winning? Who's winning? Who do you think is winning? Hold on, let me do a poll. Let's go, Giselle! Yeah, I believe in Giselle. I mean, look at how much Michael is struggling. Like, look at this. She had experience in physical work, yeah. Michael got 1 vote at least. Yeah, it's not looking good for Michael. Oh, Giselle for sure is the one I'm voting for. Someone believed in him. Well, even losers need believers. I think she can definitely surprise him. I think so too. Because he already thought that she'd be weaker than him because she's a woman, so he probably isn't putting his back into it because he's like, I'm still gonna win. Let's continue. Let's go. Let's see who wins. Victory! She won! Victory! Yay! Our girl won! Yay! He's probably gonna be like, you cheated. Let's go again! Let's go again! That's gonna be him. Like, let's try again. Can't be. He's probably gonna eat more after this and exercise. Because he's gonna be like, no, I cannot lose the next time. So, all that obese rat squeezing and you don't have the strength in your hand. Y'all, they've had so much fun. No, continue with the funness. Continue with the funness. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind and showing emotion. I could say her name, and Giselle would turn around and smile at me. An unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years I had lived alone. Solitude had been my normal. But that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I had experienced in many years. Then, the leaves began falling from the trees, and before long, the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap. But she said with a smile, I've never had wine this good before. And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark. This is so cute! Oh my gosh! Look at these two! Y'all, they're so cute! And look at his careful gaze! Oh my god, this is adorable! Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? When can she begin calling him Michael? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay, haha. Say. Yes? Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. What? You're thinking it! You're thinking it! But that's not That's not the moment she's talking about. She's probably talking about the moment where he was like, well, can you read? And she's like, oh, and it was something about, was it fruits, like grapes or something? No, not that, before that. And that's all he could think about. Yeah, okay, Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together, if you ever felt the inclination. You might have. I can't say I remember. Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect there would ever actually come a time we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. Haha, you never know how things might pan out. I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile toward her. People change. And perhaps, if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better. And that might be why she is the maid now. To make it better for Michael. Is something the matter? Y'all, he's so adorable. Look at this. The way he's averting his gaze. You're not fooling anyone. I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if by some chance I were someday to be able to return to that house, should the time come, he's gonna be like, would you come with me or what? That house is home to her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone, it wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed or do they still remain? Should that time come? Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. That's not what he wanted to say. He wanted to be like, come with me. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something out. I see. Thank you very much. Y'all, they're so cute. Like, I'm actually melting over here. But if you would be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. Y'all, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I mean, as a servant. As a servant. Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands. I see. A servant. Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, as a servant. Alright, sure, I think I will. I would like to accompany you, master. How exciting. I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us. Why do I not believe this at all? Because we are where we are right now. I pray so. Hehehe. Now back to the story. I believe we had just gotten to the point where the knights set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight. Let's not talk about how muscular he was. He's like thinking back to that arm wrestling match, like feeling a little bit like self-conscious. It's okay, he was a skinny knight, just for you. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent, or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. Ain't no way! He just wanna be friends. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Y'all, this is too romantic. Let me eat something. This is too sweet! Let me get some sweetness as well. Some candy. Ah! It got stuck! Y'all, this is so freaking cute. What I'm not gonna have today is my heart ripped out twice. So, we are gonna end this on a good note. So I'm thinking like, yet another half hour. This is what I'm thinking. Because I'm gonna babysit tomorrow, so I can't be up for too long. But tomorrow we stream again. Oh wait, today, because it's past midnight for me. I need to chew this before I continue. I prefer door 4, where she said, I really, really love you after like 15 minutes. I was like, huh? Yeah, save game and run when trouble comes. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I need to be able to sleep and, you know, not worry about what's gonna happen. What, today is Saturday already? Are we in the future? I am. Michael had insane aura when he showed up to scare away the villagers. Yes, indeed he did. Like, he doesn't even need to have muscle, this dude. You just need to show himself. We should definitely have that to our advantage, like, use that. Okay, let's continue. Curiosities flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way, though I tried to convince myself otherwise. It was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When, how, why was this happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. Oh, this happened. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together. And I don't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a little bit earlier than in previous years. One night, when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden. Come, master, hurry up! It's the middle of the night. What's so important? I just found it myself, and I couldn't wait until morning. Maybe now it ties into the rose garden. A rose! It blossomed! A rose? Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Now I'm thinking about that grandpa that, you know, for the love of his life, created this rose garden, you know? Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you... Last year I requested flower seeds, but I just couldn't get them to grow, and I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did. I had no idea. Of course you didn't, I didn't tell you. Why would you keep it from me? I wanted to make it a gift for you, master. What? Why? Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly. No, that's not what I meant. Why, me? I haven't given you anything. Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours. I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but the sight of the deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me. But that one, on that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic. And like a young child seeing a flower for the very first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem. Oh! Oh, you picked it? Are you going to bring it back to your room? When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. From the base of its stem, where I had plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by childish possessiveness. This stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and a smile on her face. You're going to need a vase then. Give me just a minute. For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind. you kidding me? Y'all, this is too cute. Oh my gosh, I love this. Oh my god. His hand just acting on its own. Master? What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face just inches from mine, which hammered in the reality of what I had just done. The thought had just crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a simple fancy. What was that about? An excuse. I need a good excuse. Here we go! Here we go! Yet another good excuse! Yet another good excuse. And you're right, Kat, we have seen this image. You know when we had that white-haired girl and it just switched. No, not another one. Yes! I'm excited. Let's see what kind of riz this man has now. Leave the rats alone, okay? Leave the rats alone. I need a good excuse. A drawing. A drawing? Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas. What? I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture. So I would like to include you as an accessory. Wait, you want to draw me too? Y'all, this is so cute. Merely as a background element. Don't try. You're slightly more interesting than a vase, that's all. Slightly more! I've never seen you draw anything before. I just never got the urge. You know how? Many years ago, my brother taught me. I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before. You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I'm free to do with it as I please. I did. I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose. But I couldn't just take it back either. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes. So I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was still just as uncomfortable as when I had left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual. It would make things so much easier. She also thinks it's awkward. Y'all! Like, I want to screech into the microphone. That's how cute it is. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek? What should I be doing? Stay perfectly still, please. Do you need me to pose or anything? No, just get comfortable. Look away. He can probably not draw her if she's looking at him, because it's too awkward. Well, why? It's hard to work when you're watching me. Oh my gosh. What? I feel like I have to sneeze. She's like... Oh my gosh, me too. I absolutely adore them. Hold it in, please. But, achoo! What now? Can I see it? I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her. And my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose. Y'all, he has fallen. But Giselle. At first I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. So he's just staring at her now? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Why am I getting embarrassed? What in the world was going on? One of my roses has finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michael's face. But rather than improve his mood, it had made him go all strange. It had made him say he wanted to draw something. I had never seen Michael draw anything before. I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but any time our eyes met, he gave me a stern, look that way stare. So I ended up spending a whole lot of time looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking? Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider a drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, I'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me. Girl, you are so smart! No, not possible. No, keep that thought! Keep that thought, girl! That would turn the world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close. We're close to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michael's attracted to me. And there's no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. That's just his way of, you know, telling you that he likes you. So that's not what it is it? Oh yes? If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete. Oh no, no trouble. You had a very stern look on your face, is all. I was doing that bad a job at hiding it? I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you, I'm sorry. Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them. What? What's he getting so negative about? I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I had never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. I was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass was so enchanting. I lost myself in it. I would be happy with anything drawn from me by the man I love. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, did she really just drop that? Y'all, she's gonna be like, I mean, Michael, the Archangel Michael. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Girl, don't take this back. Don't take this back. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh! Okay, let's continue. I can't leave this here. For an instant, time froze. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind had gone blank, and I couldn't form a coherent thought. I mean, like, you know, like family. You're like an older brother to me. Huge L. Huge L. Y'all, these two. I meant love, like love for a brother. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Take it back. Hey, say something. Master, give me your usual exasperated sigh. Come on now. Go on, give me your best, good grief, and then hurl me out of the window. Oh, come on. Please, show me some disappointment. Ah! Oh my gosh. 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 Master? When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I can't even read! I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas. He was shocked. Or, you know, you called him a brother? You called him a brother? Or why his hands appeared to be shaking. Let me help you with that. I stepped towards him. And when I did... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The moonlight shining down upon us intensified. And our gazes... Oh my god, it's switching POVs! Of Jade and Ruby. Y'all, if they do not kiss here, I'm gonna screech into this microphone. Y'all better lower the volume. Intertwined. Oh my gosh, look at them! Okay, Mr. Nonchalant, we know what you be thinking. There was a visible rosiness in his ethereal pale cheeks. Are we fine? Are we fine? Master? Yo, why am I nervous? Flickers of panic darted beneath the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. We must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood alone in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. Oh my gosh. It was much colder than I had expected, but it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. Y'all, if we do not get a kiss, I'm gonna fucking scream. The beating of my heart too. You know what? A hug would suffice as well. His breathing stopped for a moment, then he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes and... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! She got a flashback, y'all. She got a flashback. Giselle, everything is fine, girl. Then I shoved him away with all my strength. Oh. Oh my gosh. Michael rolled back, knocked his head on the side of a pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I had done. Whoa, what have you done, Giselle? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry, you startled me. I really, truly didn't mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, my heart! Oh, this stings! Good night. No! Why did we? No. Oh. Oh my gosh. He turned away, marching off into the corridor enshrouded in darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized until it was too late. What do you mean too late? It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Because you like him. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm going to hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was just one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend nothing ever happened, and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. Girl, take it. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him, and that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. Go back to him. Run back to him. You have to go after him. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Find him and tell him the truth. What am I doing, for God's sake? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I had never meant to do that. But at this point, I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt this way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe a full year? Had they already developed when we started anew? No. The when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her, regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away, quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she had done exactly that. Said I was like a brother. But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! Well, I told you to go back to your room. Y'all, I love that she just went after him. Like, she's not just going back to her room and hoping that things will solve themselves. She is solving them. I love that. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? What? About what just happened. That doesn't count. You can't count any of that. Huh? That I said I loved you and that I shoved you, they don't count. Right. I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry. No, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have said on a whim, just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It should have been something with more impact, rather. Me looking you straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. Whoa, she's so brave! I love her. I love her. I adore her. What are you... I'm saying I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. I'm calm. In no sense of the word are you calm. Fine then, I'm not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean, every last word. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart is going to explode! Oh my gosh! What? Huh? You mean like family? No! Like a brother, right? Romantic love, romantic! Yeah, I love her. I love her so much. She's so brave. She's so brave. She just takes the bull by its horns. I love this. I love this. There's like no miscommunication. She's like romantic love. Romantic. You cannot think that she means anything else now. Wait. What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? And he's like, that's why you pushed me? My mind couldn't keep up with what it was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood, Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? Master? How do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So I can take that as your answer? Michael, it's your turn! Giselle looked up at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings for me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. I could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. Y'all, I'm afraid he's gonna be like, but do I deserve this? And you know, he's gonna overanalyze it, he's gonna overthink it. Just live in the moment, please. Please. I had no reason to say no. Go on. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. Why do I have a feeling he's gonna... Why do I have a feeling he's gonna push her away? Because he's afraid. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I had tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy. Stop thinking like that! But still No! 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 Can the traumas please just stop? Oh. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are. Tell me. She got a flashback, but she solved it through communication! Michael, you have to do the same. There was no moonlight to give me that nudge. do not feel that way about you. Oh my gosh. Ah. Okay. Okay, we can work with this. Okay. What? I got confused for a moment. No. Y'all, we should have stopped playing. We should have stopped playing when it was all good. I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seems to have caused. All the color drained from her, like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her fall energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. But look where that got you. You'd have been better off just going with it. Because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. What? I'm sorry. I'll be going now. So we don't know the full truth, you guys. But still, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sorry for barging in on you like that. She made her way into the shadows, toward the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never again turn back. Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I had always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her. She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Oh my gosh. We don't know Michael's secret fully, but it does not matter. Like, it really, literally does not matter. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings, and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her. Even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that? She was different. She was probably. No, she absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided I would try just one more time. To believe in myself and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, I'm so glad I didn't go. You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. Oh my gosh! Yo! I thought I was never gonna get to go sleep. Okay, we're gonna continue a little bit more. We can't break up their moment, okay? Is that a hug? The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms, wrapped around my chest, were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quivering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair, or to do anything more than support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk, bully, brute. You don't get to play this one off as a joke. I'm truly, sincerely sorry. You've given me two different stories. Tell me, which one's the truth? Were you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you! Oh my gosh. Again! Oh my god! Without fumbling this time! I love you, as I've said several times now. Not good enough, again. Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Can I really believe you this time? You're not going to say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same way about each other. Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think there was anything likable about me. You really have to do something about that pessimism. I'll try. I'm in heaven. Oh my gosh. She's so happy. I'm so happy I could cry. Girl, you are! You are all over me! Oh my gosh, I love these two so much. Favorite couple. Favorite couple. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I would do anymore. I had lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me. Yes. And everything I bring with me. That was the idea. Absolutely everything, right? You're pushing that point rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you at any time, but now, while we're in the moment, I will do anything, so as long as it is within my ability. Tell me, what is it? Will you... Okay! Okay, Missy, let's go! She's gonna be like, are you fine with all the scars and whatnot? Probably. Let's go! Will you look at my naked body? What? More specifically, my scars. They're... told ya. You are going to have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be known. We know. A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented, the abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitantly disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. I feel like I'm made of stone. I'm ready. You can turn around. I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me. I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous. I'm turning around. Okay. Where's the scars though? Her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well against her white but not excessively pale skin, as did her jet black hair. Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at. In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I had never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence, despite having never seen another woman nude. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I could have told her she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. And though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust, and all I could manage to produce were incoherent rasps. Please say something. That's not something. Michael, say something! I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? I mean it. Why would you think so? Because You are not unclean, not in the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this? Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body. And there, I saw her scars. Swollen red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. Oh, it's that word! Ah, so that's why she said I would have to see them eventually. My instincts told me those were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated, at the fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach, at the fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her those wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father, of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one in pain. But I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart, blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her. That I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form that single sentence. Thank goodness, I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. That made me think I had reached a point where I was so tainted, anyone could see it. I'm sorry. Why should you apologize? You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertips brushed her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No, there hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel her trembling where I touched her. It didn't seem like it was going to subside anytime soon. Soon she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself? But why? Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. Aww. I was foolish to have ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just as scars reminded on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did such a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. She's good at masking. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back those memories. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him? What? Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. Cast a curse on him, perhaps even a fatal one. I ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If, hypothetically, such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him? No, I would not want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you. You're still shaking, more than a year later, and you can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically, and not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward? If curses were real, and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. If my resentment for him took his life, don't worry, Giselle, I'ma curse him for you. Don't worry, I hope he dies. A most excruciating death. That would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day I want to be able to proclaim proudly that it no longer has any control over me. But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me. A soft smile spread across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was the sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bollingers to do? I was incapable of assuaging her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything, could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think, to stop running from the problem, to figure out a real way to give her what she wants. That doesn't involve curses and angry words. There has to be something only I can do. Giselle? I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now, her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never, the one thing I could do, hurt you again, was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. Oh, these two! I want you here with me. All I ask of you for now is to be at my side. You can be scared and you can quiver, but please don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I'm a man with nothing to his name. But the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulder, where she had buried her head. Eventually, they grew into unfettered sobs. And my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year, she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been moments where she had wanted to cry, like this, but couldn't. So starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience being caring. I would probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I have found my resolve. I had overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it. That I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun had begun peeking over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly, "One day, I'm certain, I'll be able to, without any hesitation, be properly joined with you, and it will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control the shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you too." The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Some time later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that at least tonight she would have pleasant dreams. Oh my god, you guys! I love these two so much! I love these two so much. They're so sweet. Oh, now is the perfect time, actually, to save. Perfect time to save, and because we left it on a good note, I'm gonna be able to sleep. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. We've had an amazing freaking time. They've been so happy. Please continue with the happiness. Please continue with the happiness. Y'all, I slept like a baby just knowing that these two were having such a happy time together. They're so wholesome. So now I'm bracing. I'm bracing for what might come. What is definitely gonna come. Morning. No. Afternoon? Master! Good morning. Good morning. Oh, come on. Put a little more oomph into it. Same Giselle as always. Hehehe. I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Just thinking about it. Oh! Hey, that hurt! What was that for? I was struck with an insatiable urge to whack you. Y'all, these two! They're so cute. Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts. You're tough enough to get over a little bonk. Besides, you won at the arm wrestling. You were being so nice yesterday. Where did that go? He's probably just shy. So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning? Oh my god. Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment. Understandable. Would have done the same. Use humor to deflect. Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you. No, you didn't. Sorry. She's like, I wish! What? Say, could I ask you something? Yes? You hardly ever use my name. Finally! It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe? But also, Giselle, you should say Michael. Did he just retort to babe? No, that's so cute, y'all. This is so cute. I would be like, oh, okay, no, that's fine as well. No, 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 that is not you at all. Just go with my name, please. She's like, that is too out of character. We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much. Romantic relationship. Exactly. So, in honor of the new us, let's make this last. Alright, Michael? She called him Michael! Alright. No more master. At the time, the light that had entered our life seemed unreal and fantastical, but I prayed that it would indeed last. In hope of an equally bright future, I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. Blackness consumes the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why don't we stop there? It was a wonderful story. Oh, she doesn't want to continue, you guys! I just know we're gonna cry! They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. Oh, my heart! Is that not good enough? It could not be worse than where we are now. All we have to do then is erase the now. Throw everything away and start over from where it was better. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. Exactly. And that goes for more than just me. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me. The ending is already set in stone. It's already happened. What point is there in watching it again? All that accomplishes it is making me relive it all. The ending has not been rewritten. Has not been written. We are both here now, which means our end still lies ahead of us. Exactly. Then, can I ask you to promise not to let go of my hand, no matter what? No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeeze her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading. Toward tragedy. All the other doors we've visited ended in tragedy, and ours is no exception. But perhaps what's waiting at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagine. The door to our past swings open once more, behind which lies the end of me, and the beginning of her. Well, we're gonna know what's happened. I'm scared. My heart is pounding. A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. Is it from the brother? My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. Yes! I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seemed more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death, but good taste and reality do not always agree. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had raped Giselle. He had tried to have me killed. And now he was gone from this world. I had been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago, my brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would welcome me back to the Bollinger estate, and I could be part of the family once more. Which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Not sure how to feel about it. Yeah, rejoicing doesn't seem really appropriate. But this means you can return home now, right? In theory. My brother is set to take control of the estate, so he should be accommodating. I'm going to write a letter. Have them send us a carriage. It is much too long a distance to walk. All right. Is she worried that they'll be separated? I'm excited. What should we do first when we get back to the capital? Oh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. Oh my gosh, what if something happened to her mom and sister? And she has nothing there anymore. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I had always spoken of this moment, predicted with eventually, like it was some kind of unobtainable fantasy. But now that it was practically a reality, I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought. Hey, are you still awake? I am. Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family? It all seems so surreal. Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island, cut off from the world, which makes everything feel kind of like a fairy tale sometimes. Even what we have. From time to time, I get the feeling that nothing is real. That the outside world is just a figment of my imagination. That my entire life only ever existed within these walls. Are you nervous? Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital, and I can't seem to get past my own negativity. It's only natural to be nervous. Y'all, I love their communication between one another. I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion. But I know how you feel, because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds. It's scary. You know, I was thinking I would be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly. But even if I never get to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I've got a pretty wonderful life. If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're just saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, there are other paths we can take. You could live with your family, or you could remain here in the mansion. Not at all, no, I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michael. It's true, I am nervous, not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Don't worry, Michael. The future is nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear. Yeah, but you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look. Once again, she is the one pushing me forward. And it's kinda very nice to see that he's the one in the present pushing her. I will make sure you have a good, happy life. Thank you. What? Nothing, nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental, thinking about how we've only got a little time left here. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life. Indeed. Say... yes? Well... I think I could handle it right now, probably. Wait! Is she insinuating that she wanna boom shakalaka? Does she wanna boom baya? Is that it? She's like, well, you know I said that. Well, I can handle it now. Okay. It. But we still don't fully know Michael's secret, because it seems like there is something There is something that he's still keeping. And I don't think he's comfortable with it now because it could be something different about his body. Oh, use your head, you little... I don't follow! Y'all, he's so innocent! How can you be so dense? Maybe he's, you know... He's playing dense. I mean, you know, touching and so forth. You know, take the next step. Wink, wink. I'm saying, I'm feeling up for that right now. It's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, is it? But I did kind of ask you to wait. And I feel bad leading you on for so long. He's not ready. Yeah, I'm sorry. What? What? Wait. You're shaking. What? I'm just really emotional, that's all. You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. Exactly. I can wait as long as you need. Besides... Never mind. Besides what? It's fine, there's no need to rush things. You don't need to worry. Yeah. I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother and one to my mother. One so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself. To demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed. For failing to do that would not only bring her grief, it might become the final crack in the identity I had built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman. However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. No, no. Y'all, I'm so worried. I'm so worried. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so worried. Had I been able to grasp that, then maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. It's been really foggy out lately. I'd rather if we left when it was clear. It would be terrible if the coachman rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where we were going. If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably have been able to see little columns of orange evening sunlight fighting their way through the trees. But the milky white mist seemed to swallow up all the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area. It was rather dreary weather. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never do show up, that's okay too. I was finally able to return to the capital with Michael, to see my family again. And that was wonderful. It was like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if that didn't end up happening. Because she's happy here with him. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as Michael was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think. I reached my hands out to shut a window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light? And it wasn't just the one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. This better not be the villagers. They moved up and down, slowly but rhythmically. As more and more came into view, my mind began seeing them as people carrying torches. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're coming this way? Could they be our escorts back to the capital? Oh my gosh. Though... What? As soon as the thought, "there sure are a lot," popped into my head, something whizzed past my cheek. What? Huh? What was... Huh? Why, what? It was an arrow! Oh my gosh! Giselle! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, no! The arrow had flown through the window and pierced the opposite wall. Had Michael not knocked me out of the way? Giselle, Giselle, are you okay? I'm fine. But what's going on? Never mind that. Right now we need to run. Huh? Wait, Michael! Now, there's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows. Got it. He grabbed my hand and broke into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered through the windows we had worked so hard to get open a year ago. This wasn't what we had gone through that all effort for. Once I opened the front door, run. We have to get as far from this house as quickly as we can. What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were these people firing arrows at us? And where did they get these arrows? Are they soldiers or are they regular people from the village? With the wave of questions came a wave of fear. I couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw in place. Get ready. I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I didn't want to let go of his hand. I was afraid that if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. Aww, and this reminds me of when she is saying to not let go of her hand. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you alright? I'm fine. But how? There are people out front too? Oh my gosh. This is so stressful. Damn it. Why? Several arrows were sticking out of the floor before us. Beyond the door, which Michael had managed to shut almost immediately, rang a cacophony of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump. We can't escape. Oh my god, they're trapped. Why? What's going on? Y'all, I have a feeling that they're gonna be trapped inside of the house. Michael is gonna probably lock her in a place so she survives. But he doesn't. Why? What's going on? Damn it. With a deep scowl, Michael barred the door, and all the while the arrows kept flying. The panic in the air kept growing thicker. I don't understand. How did they... Only a handful of people even know about this place. The villagers... this is all my fault. It's because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. So they're here to tear down the house. They made weapons, bows, just for this. I don't. Oh my gosh. There was a deep rumble and the ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down the door, it seems. Michael, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Because of what I did. No. What? It's not your fault. It's mine. Michael? I challenged her. And because I did, she made my curse real. What are you talking about, Michael? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This way, run! Michael dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached the chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door. Where does it lead? I had been aware of the door's presence, but I had never gone inside it. Please let this be a secret tunnel out of this hellhole. Something about it seemed somewhat different than the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it actually, exactly, but it felt like shadows had taken root here. The observation tower. A tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner. It doesn't matter where we go. They have us trapped. But there's a chance that up here. He didn't finish that thought, however. He opened the door, leading me into the tower, his face deathly pale. I'm scared. We started running again, around and around the spiral staircase, making our way toward the top. In regular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the orange spots of torchlight surrounding the mansion... Oh my gosh, I'm so worried. The silhouettes holding the torches. Is that armor? How do they have armor? That can't be the villagers. Appeared to be knights. These aren't the villagers. Then who sent them? The brothers? Or did the villagers tell Oh my gosh. Michael, tell me. Why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Michael's gaze was firmly directed forward as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard, and the sound of it echoed against the tower's stone walls. Our panicked hearts were beating so hard. I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the foot of a door, presumably once used to seal it shut. The door itself was deeply weathered and rotting in places. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair, even longer than Michael had lived there. What is this? Inside. Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive cold. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion. This is an observation tower. You can't even... There once would have been windows allowing you to see in all directions around the mansion, but all that remains now is that tiny opening near the ceiling. If we hide out here, then there's a chance they might not find us. Oh my gosh! It sounds like they broke down the door. Oh my gosh. Don't worry. They won't find us. And when they give up their search, then we can get out of here. I'm sure it will all turn out all right. Michael's voice was quivering, as was his hand in mine. Michael. We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clenched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry. What? I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you had to experience. You're being sent to this place, and what's happening now can all be traced back to my being born. I'm so sorry. Why was he apologizing? Why did he insist this was his fault? Why wouldn't he tell me what this curse was? Why were people trying to kill us? Right, those people were trying to kill us. Putting it into words like that made the fear that much more real. The arrows they fired weren't threats. They meant to kill us. Michael. But with Michael trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers even have, with death lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right. That they wouldn't find us and we would be able to escape. However, over here, there's a door and stairs leading up. No, I'm so worried. Oh my gosh. My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear a faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened, and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves. Giselle. We were both terrified. Y'all, I'm terrified as well. And who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically courageous in the face of overwhelming danger, but they weren't real. The fear of my impending death, drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment, almost drove me to madness. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess. We were supposed to return to the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness. It was right there at our fingertips. Enough happiness to make up for Michael's 10 years of isolation. And enough to erase that nightmare from my memory forever. What had we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together. Nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But what scared me the most was being separated from Michael. Hey Michael, what are those people really doing here? If what they're after is money or valuables, we can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. They might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. As long as I have you, I can survive anywhere. All that mattered was that we had our lives. So long as the two of us still breathed. But death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Oh my gosh. Death to the wish. Oh my gosh. Despair hung over us like the fog outside. There were no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. But they would probably never listen to us. The moment we stepped outside of this room, we would be dead, no matter what we said. Michael? I'm all right. It's okay, Michael. I'm not scared. You're here with me, after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Finally you speak. Michael? He wasn't looking at me though. His unfocused eyes were directed upward, not toward any particular point, but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move, as though he was speaking, but no sound came out. Is he speaking with the witch? Hey, Michael. Are you alright? Come back to me, Michael. I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above. Michael! Giselle. Finally, after far too long, his gaze slid down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, and cornered all at once. I was scared too. But his fear seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michael. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michael? I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed and stopped him. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's gonna sacrifice himself. He's gonna sacrifice himself, y'all. Oh my god, I'm so afraid to continue. Oh, my heart is beating really fast. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything, I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Oh my gosh. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michael. What? Why the door? I can't open it. I shoved on the door, trying to go after him. But it wouldn't budge even the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door there at all. Merely a wall, disguised as one. It wasn't someone holding it shut from the other side either. I pushed and I pulled with all my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out the tiniest crack. Michael, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. I don't want to lose you either. Say something, Michael. You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me what? That she will ensure your safety. Michael, she isn't real. There is no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michael, please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. Oh my gosh. Ugh. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. No. No. Get back in here, Michael. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. Oh my gosh. That we can find each other once more in another world. Michael. The knight knew his name. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. Come on, Michael, open the door. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be putrefied by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? Does he know who this is? Is it one of the brothers? Oh my gosh. Open the door, Michael, please. Listen to me, you can hear me out there, can't you? You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? Who? Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michael Bollinger or a demon child naturally? Or a witch perhaps? Please open the door. Why won't you open it? He isn't unholy or impure. He's a perfectly normal human and a very sweet man. Yes, I'm the witch. The witch is in here. I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me. Execute me. Now I see, Giselle. This world. No! No! Oh my gosh. So many blades pierced my flesh. A sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant sound in the tower, almost like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red, just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow into unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black, demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. It had to be. I couldn't hear Giselle's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe and alive. I prayed that at least she would be protected. That the witch would keep her promise. It was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from my world. Darkness everlasting dragged me down into its pits. I believed in you. Michael? Michael, hey, say something. Talk to me. Hey, what's going on? What's going on here? No, this can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thud came from beyond the door, and with it, Michael fell silent. Then intermittent, squelching sounds as something slid down the door. No, no. No, this can't be. Why? Why? I pounded on the door with all my strength, but still it refused to give. The skin on my hands eventually going raw and beginning to seep blood. Why? Why should Michael have to be killed? Tell me why. Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind. That man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. So don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please. Again and again and again I pounded on the door, but the self-described knights on the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. They seemed unable to hear my cries. Y'all, it's like she's in another dimension or something. Their armor clanking with each step, they began to descend the staircase. And with it, I could hear the sound of something being dragged slowly across the floor. No, don't take him away. Stop, don't take Michael away from me. I'm begging you. But my pleas were in vain. My hope was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity. Don't take him away from me. Michael. After much, much too long, the door swung open, all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously. It was hard to believe I had actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night. And with the biting cold, there was the stench of blood. This is difficult. Why? Why? Michael, I never I never wanted this. You didn't understand at all, Michael. You didn't know the depth of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you, how fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else and live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. I remember. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared from this world and left me behind. That's right. I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did indeed die that day. You refused to listen to me. Do you have any idea how it felt to feel you dying from the other side of the door? Giselle, I wanted you to take me with you. Is this what you so wanted to see? My memories, the traces of my life on this earth and there. In order to find your truth, we need more of the story. Very well then. If you want more story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. The Maid's Tale. Oh, oh my gosh. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me. For not forgetting how to smile. We haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. An Arctic wind blows past me. At the same time, I'm gripped with an overwhelming urge to break down into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have a responsibility to her to do so. And I have to atone for being such a misguided fool all those many years ago, convinced that I was doing what was best. The sixth door. And we have question marks. Let me just save. This was where I was supposed to save, right?